Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, where What If whispers timeless tales into dreams. Breathe deeply, let your mind soften, and drift into tonight's gentle story. If this tale lulled you toward dreams, or made you chuckle like a dragon sneezing smoke rings, give it a like and subscribe. No pressure, my ego's as sturdy as Valyrian steel, but your support keeps the firelit stories burning. The morning mist rises from the volcanic slopes of Old Valyria like the breath of sleeping gods, curling around obsidian spires that pierce the dawn sky with their broken magnificence. Here, among the ruins of the greatest civilization the world has ever known, the air itself seems to hum with ancient power, a low, thrumming vibration that settles into your bones like a familiar song. The freehold may have fallen 4 centuries ago, consumed by the doom that turned paradise into a graveyard of glass and ash, but life, stubborn as a weed growing through dragon bone, has found a way to flourish once more. You're Kaelin of the Emberwatch, a dragon tender in this resurrected corner of legend, and your days begin before the sun dares to challenge the volcanic glow that never truly fades from these blessed cursed lands. The role of a dragon tender is both humble and extraordinary. Part caretaker, part alchemist, part fool brave enough to believe that creatures who could melt armies might appreciate having their scales polished. It's a profession that didn't exist in the Old Valyria, where dragons were weapons and symbols of dominion. But in this new Valyria, built from the ashes of the old, dragons are, well, they're still weapons and symbols, but they're also petulant, fire-breathing children who need their breakfast on time. The settlement of New Valyros clings to the eastern slopes like a determined barnacle, its stone buildings carved from the same volcanic rock that once entombed the Dragon Lord's palaces. Here, roughly 300 souls have gathered from across the known world. Former slaves, second sons, scholars and madmen, all drawn by the promise of taming the dragons that still nest in the deeper ruins. The irony isn't lost on anyone that the greatest civilization in history was rebuilt by people who would have been considered beneath notice by the original Valyrians. But then, the original Valyrians are rather conspicuously absent, their bloodlines scattered to the winds like ash from their own funeral pyre. You stretch in your narrow cot, feeling the familiar warmth that seeps up from the volcanic vents beneath the settlement. The heat is a constant companion here, sometimes welcome, sometimes oppressive, but always present, like living inside the belly of some great slumbering beast. Your small chamber sits within the Dragon Keeper's Lodge, a repurposed shrine that once honoured Balerion the Dread, though the statue has been tactfully replaced with something less likely to give children nightmares. The walls are lined with volcanic glass that catches and reflects the eternal glow, creating patterns that dance and shift like living flames. Your morning routine begins with the ritual that every dragon tender learns by heart and habit, the checking of the scales. In a pouch beside your bed, you keep the precious scales that serve as both barometer and warning system for the young dragons in your care. Each scale, no larger than your thumbnail, shifts colour based on the health and mood of its donor. This morning they glow a warm amber, content, but with the faint red edges that suggest someone is feeling peckish. Dragons, you've learned, are rather like wealthy merchants in their expectations. They assume their needs should be anticipated and met before they're even aware of having them. The art of scale reading is one that takes years to master, passed down from the original settlers who first dared to approach the nesting sites 15 years ago. Maester Kyrios, the settlement's unofficial leader and official skeptic, claims the scales work through some residual connection to the dragon's fire magic, a theory that sounds impressive until you remember that Kyrios also believed you could predict the weather by examining dragon droppings. Still, the scales have never led you astray, which is more than can be said for half the wisdom passed down from the Old Valyria. You slip into your working clothes, leather breeches that have been treated with dragon oil to resist casual singeing, and a tunic of coarse wool dyed the deep crimson that signifies your calling. Over this goes the leather apron, its surface scarred and patched from countless small accidents. The burns are like a map of your learning curve, each one a lesson in the difference between a dragon's playful nip and its genuine irritation. Your boots are perhaps your most precious possession. Thick leather reinforced with steel plates, enchanted by the settlement's lone hedge wizard to resist heat. They're also hideously uncomfortable, but vanity is a luxury you can't afford when you're walking on surfaces that could cook an egg. The Emberwatch Rookery sits at the heart of New Valyros, built into a natural cave system that extends deep into the mountainside. The entrance is marked by 2 carved pillars, not the graceful, intimidating work of the Old Valyrians, but the honest craftsmanship of people who learned to carve stone by necessity rather than artistry. Above the entrance, someone has inscribed the Rookery's motto in High Valyrian, Mazigon se odres, come and burn. It's meant to be inspiring, though the effect is somewhat undermined by the fact that whoever did the carving clearly learned High Valyrian from a book, and got the grammar spectacularly wrong. You pause at the threshold, as is tradition, and speak the morning words. By fire and blood, by smoke and scale, I tend the young of the ancient flame. The words echo in the cavern, bouncing off walls that glisten with moisture and mineral deposits. The morning words are another innovation of New Valyros, part of the settlers' attempt to create traditions worthy of their extraordinary circumstances. The Old Valyrians, you suspect, would find them charmingly primitive, rather like watching children play at being grown-ups with wooden swords and paper crowns. The first chamber of the Rookery is the preparation hall, where the morning supplies await your inspection. Clay pots filled with various oils and unguents line wooden shelves, each labelled in the careful script of apprentice tenders. There's dragon oil for waterproofing, scale polish, that smells like roses but burns like acid if you get it in your eyes, and the precious healing salve made from ground volcanic glass that somehow soothes burns better than ice. The economics of dragon tending are fascinating in their peculiarity. You spend a small fortune on supplies to care for creatures that could accidentally incinerate your entire month's wages with a careless sneeze. Your morning inspection reveals that someone, probably young Nella, the newest apprentice, has forgotten to seal the jar of fire spice properly. The pungent red powder has absorbed moisture from the air, clumping into useless chunks that will need to be ground again before they can be mixed into the dragon's morning feed. Fire spice is essential for young dragons, providing the magical nutrients that fuel their flame production, but it's temperamental stuff that requires careful storage. You make a mental note to have another gentle conversation with Nella about the importance of details. In dragon tending, sloppiness isn't just unprofessional, it's potentially explosive. The scaling chamber is where the real work begins. Here, 3 young dragons await your attention, each secured in their individual alcoves by chains of Valyrian steel, authentic artifacts salvaged from the ruins, worth more than most people's houses. The chains are necessary not because the dragons are dangerous exactly, but because young dragons have the attention span of mayflies and the curiosity of cats. Left unchained, they would explore the Rookery with the devastating enthusiasm of toddlers in a pottery shop. The first dragon, Pyraxis, raises her wedge-shaped head as you approach. She's barely 2 years old, still small enough that her wingspan wouldn't reach across a modest room, but already showing the characteristic intelligence that makes dragons so remarkable and so unnerving. Her scales shimmer between deep purple and burnished gold, a coloration that marks her as descended from the great worms of the smoking sea. According to the genealogical charts that Maester Kyrios maintains with obsessive dedication, Pyraxis is probably the great-great-granddaughter of one of the legendary beasts that once carried Valyrian dragon lords into battle. Of course, Kyrios also claims that his morning porridge is descended from the grain that fed Aegon's Balerion, so his genealogical theories should be taken with several grains of salt. "Good morning, your majesty," you murmur to Pyraxis, who responds with a sound that's half purr, half growl. The sound vibrates through the stone floor, a pleasant rumble that seems to emanate from everywhere at once. Dragons, even young ones, have voices that exist on multiple levels. The sound you hear with your ears, and the deeper resonance that you feel in your chest and bones. It's an oddly comforting sensation, like being embraced by thunder. You begin with the daily scale inspection, running your hands along Pyraxis's neck and shoulders with the practiced touch of a healer examining a patient. Each scale should be firm and properly aligned, with no signs of loosening or discoloration that might indicate illness or injury. Dragon scales grow continuously throughout their lives, shedding and replacing themselves in patterns that follow ancient rhythms tied to lunar cycles and volcanic activity. The Old Valyrian texts speak of dragon lords who could read their mount's health and mood simply by touch, their fingers trained to detect the subtlest changes in scale texture and temperature. Your fingers find a patch of scales along Paraxis's left shoulder that feels slightly warm to the touch, not fever warm, but the pleasant heat that indicates healthy growth. New scales are emerging here, pushing up beneath the old ones like spring flowers breaking through winter snow. You make a note in your daily log, sketching the location and estimating the timing of the shed. When the scales are ready to fall, you'll collect them carefully. Young dragon scales are valuable for their alchemical properties, used in everything from healing potions to protective wards. More practically, they make excellent fire starters and can be ground into a powder that adds a pleasant spicy flavour to food, assuming you enjoy meals that make your tongue tingle for hours afterward. The scale polishing process is both meditative and mildly terrifying. You work with small brushes made from boar bristles, applying the rose-scented polish in careful circular motions. The trick is to maintain steady pressure without pressing too hard. Dragon scales are surprisingly sensitive, and a clumsy touch can cause discomfort that manifests as warning jets of flame. Paraxis tolerates the process with regal patience, occasionally shifting position to give you better access to hard-to-reach spots. She's learned to appreciate the attention, though she still has a tendency to exhale small puffs of smoke when you hit a particularly sensitive area. The polish itself is a marvel of alchemical engineering, developed by the settlement's resident genius, Meister Kyrios, through years of trial and error. The base is rose oil imported at considerable expense from the Reach, combined with ground pearls for their lustrous properties and a careful measure of powdered dragon bone for reasons that Kyrios refuses to explain beyond muttering about sympathetic resonance. The mixture must be prepared under specific lunar conditions and stirred counterclockwise exactly 37 times, a requirement that everyone assumes is mystical nonsense but nobody wants to test by doing it wrong. As you work, Paraxis begins to emit a low rhythmic humming that resonates through the stone walls of the chamber. This is the dragon song, a phenomenon that still puzzles the scholars who study these magnificent creatures. Young dragons hum when they're content, creating harmonies that seem to draw from some deeper source than their throats. The Old Valyrian texts mention dragon song in connection with their magical practices, suggesting that the dragon lords used these natural melodies as foundations for their most powerful spells. In New Valyros, the dragon song serves a more practical purpose. It's the most reliable indicator that you're doing something right. The second dragon in your care is the Targaryen, a male whose scales shift between bronze and forest green depending on the light. He's slightly older than Paraxis, nearly 3 years, and considerably more opinionated about his daily routine. Where Paraxis accepts her grooming with aristocratic dignity, the Targaryen treats the entire process as an opportunity for negotiation. He'll present you with his left wing, then withdraw it if he feels you're not showing proper appreciation. He'll turn his head to watch your technique, occasionally snorting small jets of smoke that you've learned to interpret as editorial comments on your form. Yes, I know, you tell him as he shifts impatiently during a scale inspection. Your previous tender never made you wait this long. Your previous tender also ended up with eyebrows that never grew back properly, so perhaps we could try patience as a novel concept. The Targaryen's response is a dignified huff that fills the chamber with the scent of sulphur and burnt roses. Dragon speech is a subject of considerable debate among the scholars of New Valyros. The Old Valyrian texts suggest that dragons were capable of learning human language, though whether this represents true understanding or sophisticated mimicry remains unclear. What's certain is that dragons respond to tone and intent as much as to actual words. The Targaryen knows when he's being scolded, and his wounded dignity is a performance worthy of the finest actors in King's Landing. The grooming process reveals that the Targaryen is approaching a growth spurt. His scales along the spine are beginning to loosen, and you can feel the subtle expansion of his chest cavity that indicates his fire chambers are developing. In another few months, he'll transition from producing the warm smoke of dragonlings to the true flame of adult dragons. It's an exciting development, though it also means that his care will become considerably more complex. Adult dragons require different nutrition, more space, and specialised equipment that the settlement can barely afford. Growing dragons are like talented children, wonderful to have but expensive to maintain. The third member of your morning routine is Valix, the youngest at barely 18 months. She's still small enough that you could carry her if necessary, though her needle-sharp teeth and claws make cuddling inadvisable. Her scales are the pale silver of moonlight on water, marked with subtle patterns of darker silver that create the illusion of movement even when she's perfectly still. Among the three dragons, Valix is the most playful, and, consequently, the most dangerous to work with. She treats grooming sessions as games, batting at your brushes with her claws and trying to grab your tools with her surprisingly dexterous tongue. None of that today, you warn her, as she eyes your polish jar with obvious mischief. Yesterday's attempt at juggling nearly cost me my eyebrows, and I've grown quite fond of them. Valix's response is a chirping sound that somehow manages to convey both innocence and complete lack of remorse. Young dragons have an emotional range that spans from angelic sweetness to demonic mischief, often within the span of minutes. Their moods are as changeable as volcanic weather, shifting with the same unpredictability that makes living on the slopes of active mountains both thrilling and nerve-wracking. As you begin Valix's grooming, she settles into the peculiar dragon equivalent of a cat's purr, a combination of humming and the gentle rattle of scales against stone. The sound is deeply soothing, creating vibrations that seem to ease tension from your muscles and calm your thoughts. This is one of the unexpected benefits of dragon tending. The constant exposure to these healing frequencies has a remarkably positive effect on human health. The dragon tenders of New Valyros rarely suffer from the aches and pains that plague other manual labourers, and their sleep is universally deep and restful. The grooming complete, you move on to the morning feeding, which requires expedition to the herb gardens that cling to the settlement's terraced slopes. The gardens are New Valyros' pride and most practical achievement, carved into the volcanic soil through back-breaking labour and maintained through careful attention to the unique growing conditions of this magical landscape. Here, ordinary plants grow alongside species that exist nowhere else in the known world, descendants of the gardens that once graced Valyrian palaces, somehow surviving 4 centuries of ash and abandonment. The morning light filtering through the perpetual haze of volcanic vapours creates an otherworldly atmosphere in the gardens. The air shimmers with heat distortion, and the plants seem to glow with their own inner light. Fire blossom vines climb obsidian trellises, their scarlet flowers opening and closing in rhythm with the mountain's breathing. Flame fruits hang heavy on twisted trees, their orange skin warm to the touch, and their flesh sweet as honey but spiced with the heat of dragon's breath. These are the delicacies that young dragons crave, the magical nutrition that fuels their growth and development. Your morning harvest requires careful selection and considerable knowledge of draconic dietary needs. Young dragons are omnivorous, but their magical nature means they require foods that contain what the scholars call ethereal nutrients, substances that exist at the intersection of the physical and magical realms. Ordinary meat and grain will keep a dragon alive, but only these special plants will allow them to develop their full potential. The relationship between dragon and plant is symbiotic. Dragon waste enriches the soil with magical properties, while the plants provide the specialized nutrition that makes dragons more than just large fire-breathing lizards. You begin with flame fruits, selecting only those that pulse with the steady rhythm of a healthy heartbeat. The fruits that glow too brightly are overripe and will give the dragons indigestion, while those that pulse irregularly may be diseased or affected by the unstable magical currents that sometimes sweep through the region. Each fruit must be inspected individually, weighed in your palm, and evaluated for the subtle signs that distinguish the perfect from the merely adequate. It's precision work that would impress the finest chefs in the Free Cities, though your mistakes result in considerably more dramatic consequences than a ruined source. The herb collection requires even greater care and knowledge. Dreamleaf grows in spiral patterns around the bases of the flamefruit trees, its silver-green fronds shift in colour based on the magical resonance of the soil beneath. The leaves must be harvested at precisely the right moment. Too early and they lack potency. Too late and they become mildly hallucinogenic. Dragons under the influence of overripe dreamleaf tend to see things that aren't there and respond to threats that exist only in their chemically altered perceptions. The last time someone made this mistake, poor Targaryen spent an entire afternoon breathing fire at his own shadow, convinced it was a rival dragon challenging his territory. Serpent grass grows in dense clusters near the volcanic vents, its roots extending deep into the heated soil to absorb minerals and magical energy directly from the mountain's heart. The grass appears ordinary, thin, dark green blades that rustle softly in the perpetual breeze, but when crushed between your fingers, it releases a scent like burning cinnamon and creates small sparks of actual flame. Dragons consume serpent grass the way cats consume catnip, rolling in it and chewing the blades with obvious pleasure. The grass serves as both nutrition and entertainment, keeping young dragons occupied while providing essential trace elements that support their flame production. The morning's herb gathering is interrupted by the arrival of Maester Kyrios, who appears at the garden's edge with his characteristic combination of scholarly dignity and barely controlled panic. Kyrios is a fascinating contradiction. A learned man who abandoned a comfortable position at the Citadel to pursue his obsession with dragon lore, yet who still jumps nervously every time one of his subjects sneezes. He approaches dragons with the reverent terror of a scholar handling priceless, explosive manuscripts. "Kaelin," he calls, picking his way carefully between the serpent grass clusters. "We have a situation developing that requires your expertise. This is Kyrios speak for something is happening that I don't understand, and I'm hoping you can solve it before I have to admit ignorance." The Maester's relationship with practical dragon keeping is similar to a theoretical musician's relationship with an actual orchestra. He understands the principles perfectly, but struggles with the reality that dragons don't always behave according to scholarly predictions. What sort of situation, you ask, though you continue gathering herbs? Experience has taught you that Kyrios' crises range from genuine emergencies to minor variations in dragon behaviour that simply don't match his textbook expectations. The juvenile worm in the Eastern Cave system has been exhibiting unusual vocalization since dawn, Kyrios explains, consulting a scroll covered with his precise handwriting. The frequency and tonal patterns don't match any of the documented behaviours in the surviving Valyrian texts. You pause in your herb gathering to consider this information. The juvenile worm is actually Praxis's older brother, Vagar, named after one of Aegon's dragons in a moment of optimism that the dragon himself has never seemed to appreciate. Vagar is nearly 4 years old, approaching the transition to full adult status, and has been displaying increasingly independent behaviours as his maturity develops. Unlike the youngsters in your care, Vagar has claimed his own territory in the deeper caves and visits the settlement only when he chooses to do so. Unusual how, you ask? Is he calling for something or responding to something? That's precisely what we need to determine, Kyrios replies, his scholarly excitement warring with his practical concerns. The vocalizations began approximately 2 hours before dawn and have continued intermittently since. They don't match the feeding calls, mating displays, or territorial warnings documented in the literature. The walk to Vagar's domain takes you deeper into the mountain than most residents of New Valeros ever venture. The paths here are carved from living rock, following natural cave systems that extend for miles into the volcanic depths. The air grows warmer with each step, heated by geothermal vents that create a perpetual summer, even in the deepest passages. Crystalline formations line the walls, their surfaces reflecting and amplifying the faint light that filters down from above, creating a galaxy of tiny stars in the eternal twilight of the deep caves. The sound reaches you long before you reach its source, a low melodious calling that echoes through the stone corridors with hypnotic regularity. It's unlike anything in your experience of dragon vocalizations, neither the contentment humming of well-fed juveniles nor the territorial roaring of adults establishing dominance. This sound carries a note of yearning, of calling across vast distances to something that might or might not be there to answer. Valga himself is a magnificent creature, easily twice the size of the juveniles in your care, and possessed of a dignity that makes his name seem increasingly inappropriate. His scales have developed the deep, complex coloration of maturity, midnight blue shot through with veins of silver and gold that catch the light like captured starfire. His eyes, large as dinner plates and bright as molten gold, track your approach with the calculating intelligence that separates dragons from mere beasts. "Hello, old friend," you greet him, maintaining the respectful distance that adult dragons prefer. "Meister Kyrios tells me you've been singing this morning?" Vhagar's response is another of those haunting calls, directed not at you but toward the deeper passages that extend beyond the reach of human exploration. The sound reverberates through the stone, creating harmonics that seem to awaken answering echoes from the mountain itself. As the last notes fade into silence, you realize what you're hearing. Vhagar isn't calling to something that might be there. He's calling to something he knows is there, something deep in the mountain's heart that the human settlers of New Valyros have never encountered. The implications are both thrilling and terrifying. The deepest passages of the volcanic system remain unexplored, their dangers too great and their mapping too complex for the settlement's limited resources. But if Vhagar is calling to other dragons, wild dragons that have remained hidden in the mountain's depths, then New Valyros might not be the small, isolated outpost its residents believe it to be. The settlement might be perched on the edge of something much larger and more ancient than anyone has imagined. Your morning routine, disrupted by mystery and the promise of discovery, takes on new urgency as you return to tend your charges. The young dragons seem restless, their normal contentment replaced by a fidgeting awareness that suggests they, too, can hear something beyond human perception. Praxis raises her head frequently, tilting it in the peculiar way dragons adopt when listening to sounds that exist beyond the normal range of hearing. Viserion paces in his alcove, his chains chiming softly against the stone, while little Valix chirps and trills as if trying to join a conversation she can barely perceive. The morning feeding becomes an exercise in distraction, keeping the young dragons focused on their immediate needs while their instincts pull them toward the deeper mysteries of their mountain home. You mix their feed with extra care, combining the flame fruits and herbs in proportions designed to provide comfort as well as nutrition. The familiar routine of preparation and serving helps settle both your charges and your own nerves, creating a pocket of normalcy in a morning that has suddenly become anything but normal. As the dragons eat, you find yourself studying their behaviour with new attention to detail. The Old Valyrian texts speak of the profound connections that exist between dragons, bonds that transcend physical distance and allow them to sense each other across continents. The Dragon Lords use these connections to coordinate their great flights, moving dozens of dragons in perfect formation across the skies of Essos. If such bonds still exist among the descendants of those legendary beasts, then Vhagar's calling might be part of a communication network that spans the entire region. The implications extend beyond simple academic interest. New Valyros exists in a delicate balance with its environment, dependent on the goodwill of the dragons that nest in the surrounding territory. The settlement's founders negotiated their presence here through careful diplomacy and generous offerings, earning tolerance if not outright welcome from the established dragon population. But if there are more dragons in the depth than anyone has suspected, and if those dragons are beginning to stir from whatever long slumber has kept them hidden, then the political situation could become considerably more complex. Your contemplation is interrupted by the arrival of the morning herb buyers, traders who have made the dangerous journey from the free cities to purchase the magical plants that grow nowhere else in the known world. The herb trade is New Valyros' primary source of income, the economic foundation that allows the settlement to maintain its precarious independence from the great powers that divide the continent among themselves. The traders arrive weekly, their ships loaded with gold and supplies, their holds ready to carry away bundles of dried serpent grass and carefully preserved flame fruits. Today's delegation is led by Magister Illyrio Mopatis, a merchant prince from Pentos, whose expanding waistline and elaborate dress proclaim his success to anyone within visual range. Illyrio has been one of New Valyros' most reliable customers, purchasing herbs not just for their magical properties, but for the prestige that comes with serving guests foods seasoned with authentic Valyrian spices. His arrival is always a source of both celebration and concern. Celebration because his gold keeps the settlement running. Concern because his demands for exotic varieties sometimes stretch the garden's production to its limits. "My dear Kylin," Illyrio greets you with the elaborate courtesy that wealthy merchants use to disguise their essentially predatory nature. "I trust the young flames are thriving under your expert care. The question isn't mere politeness. The health and happiness of the dragons directly affects the quality of the herbs they help nurture, and Illyrio's sophisticated palate can detect the difference between plants grown in ordinary soil and those cultivated in dragon-blessed earth. His customers in Pentos pay premium prices for the subtle magical enhancement that Valyrian herbs provide to their feasts, and any decline in quality would immediately affect his profit margins. They're growing strong," you assure him, though you decide not to mention the morning's mysterious developments. Praxis is approaching her first major shed, and Thessarian shows signs of advancing toward adult flame production. Illyrio's eyes light up with commercial interest. Adult flame production? How delightful! And when might we expect the transition to be complete? Another few months, most likely. The process can't be rushed without risking the dragon's health. Of course. But when the time comes, might there be opportunities for observation? My clients in Pentos would pay handsomely for the privilege of witnessing such a rare event. The suggestion makes you profoundly uncomfortable, though you can't immediately articulate why. The idea of wealthy foreigners treating your dragons as entertainment feels wrong on a level deeper than practical concerns. Dragons are not performers or curiosities to be displayed for the amusement of people who will never understand their true nature. They are ancient, intelligent beings whose partnership with humanity is based on mutual respect rather than dominance. "We'll consider any reasonable proposals when the time comes," you replied diplomatically, using the non-committal language that allows you to decline without giving offence. The rest of the morning passes in the familiar rhythm of commerce and care. Illyrio's agents inspect the available herbs with the thoroughness of jewellers examining precious stones, testing each variety for potency and purity. The negotiations are conducted with elaborate politeness, but beneath the courtesy lies the hard reality of supply and demand. New Valyros needs Illyrio's gold, but Illyrio needs the settlement's herbs even more. The magical plants that grow in dragon-blessed soil cannot be cultivated anywhere else, making the settlement's gardens a unique resource that commands premium prices in the markets of Essos. As the traders complete their purchases and prepare for departure, you return to the deeper concerns that Vagar's morning song has awakened. The young dragons in your care seem calmer now, their earlier restlessness replaced by the contented drowsiness that follows a good meal. But the mystery remains, and your responsibilities as a dragon tender extend beyond simple daily care to understanding and responding to the larger patterns of draconic behaviour. The afternoon's work takes you to the record hall, where Mr. Kyrios maintains his extensive collection of manuscripts dealing with dragon lore and Valyrian history. The hall occupies what was once a shrine to some forgotten god, its high ceiling and elaborate stonework speaking to the wealth and artistry of the civilization that created it. Now the space serves a more practical purpose, its walls lined with shelves holding scrolls, books, and tablets in a dozen different languages and scripts. Kyrios looks up from his work as you enter, his expression showing the particular mixture of excitement and frustration that indicates he's been wrestling with a particularly challenging translation. Scattered across his desk are fragments of ancient texts, their Valyrian script faded but still legible to someone with his linguistic skills. The Maester has spent years collecting these materials, trading with antiquarians across Essos, and occasionally mounting expeditions to the deeper ruins to retrieve manuscripts from buried libraries. "I've been researching your morning mystery," he announces without preamble. The vocalizations you described match references in several of the older texts, though the context is intriguing. What sort of context, you ask, settling into the chair that Kyrios keeps for consultations with the settlement's dragon tenders. The songs appear to be related to what the texts call the Deep Calling, a phenomenon associated with the ancient breeding caves beneath the 14 Flames. According to these sources, mature dragons would sing to summon their kin when conditions were favourable for mating, or when new territory needed to be claimed. The implications send a chill down your spine despite the hall's perpetual warmth. You're suggesting that Vagar is calling to potential mates? Possibly. Or he might be responding to calls from dragons we haven't yet encountered. The text suggests that the deep calling could carry for tremendous distances through the volcanic cave systems, allowing dragons separated by miles of stone to communicate and coordinate their movements. You consider this information while studying the manuscript fragments spread across Kyrios' desk. The Valyrian script is beautiful, but alien, its flowing curves and elaborate ligatures speaking to a culture that valued artistic expression even in its everyday writing. The few words you can recognise suggest that these particular texts deal with the practical aspects of dragon husbandry, the ancient equivalent of the manual labour you perform every day. What do the texts say about human responses to the deep calling, you ask? Kyrios' expression grows thoughtful. That's where the records become less helpful. The original Valyrians had been working with dragons for thousands of years before the Doom. Their understanding of draconic behaviour was sophisticated beyond anything we've achieved. They apparently had protocols for managing situations like this, but the specific details are either lost or encoded in technical language that I haven't yet fully deciphered. The conversation is interrupted by a commotion from the settlement's central plaza. Voices raised in excitement or alarm. Through the hall's windows you can see people gathering around someone who appears to be gesturing animatedly at the mountain slopes above New Valeros. The crowd's body language suggests urgency rather than panic, but in a settlement where everyone's safety depends on maintaining careful relationships with extremely dangerous neighbours, any unusual activity demands immediate attention. You and Kyrios hurry to join the growing crowd, where you find young Nella, the dragon tender apprentice, at the centre of attention. Her face is flushed with excitement and exertion, and her apprentice robes are stained with volcanic ash and the telltale scorch marks that come from getting too close to an irritated dragon. Despite her obvious agitation, she's grinning with the fierce joy of someone who has just experienced something extraordinary. It was incredible, she's telling the crowd. I was checking the nesting sites in the western caves when I heard this amazing sound, like a choir of voices singing in harmony. When I followed the sound deeper into the caves, I found them. 3 adult dragons, maybe 4, all singing together. I've never seen anything like it. The crowd's excitement is infectious, but you feel a growing sense of concern. The western caves are supposed to be empty, regularly patrolled to ensure that no wild dragons establish territories too close to the settlement. If adult dragons have moved into the area without anyone noticing, it suggests that the settlement's understanding of its environment is far less complete than anyone has assumed. How large were they? Kyrios asks, his scholarly excitement warring with practical concerns. Larger than Varga, Nella replies, her voice dropping to an awed whisper. One of them had to be at least 50 feet from nose to tail, with wings that could have covered the entire plaza. Their scales. They weren't like anything I've seen before. They seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, like looking into deep water at midnight. The description sends murmurs through the gathered crowd. Dragons of that size represent a level of power that dwarfs anything the settlement has encountered before. Varga, impressive as he is, would be little more than a juvenile in comparison to beasts of such magnitude. The political implications are staggering. New Valeros exists by the grace of dragons who have until now been manageable neighbours. The arrival of true adult dragons changes everything. Did they acknowledge your presence? You ask, though you suspect you already know the answer. Adult dragons are acutely aware of their surroundings, and the idea that Nella could have observed them without their knowledge is virtually impossible. Oh yes, she says, her grin widening. The largest one, I think it was female, based on the head shape, looked directly at me. Her eyes were like molten gold, and when she tilted her head, I could hear her thoughts. Not words, exactly, but intentions, curiosity, assessment. She was trying to understand what I was and whether I belonged in her territory. This revelation draws sharp intakes of breath from several listeners. The ability to sense dragon thoughts, even briefly, is mentioned in the old texts as a mark of potential dragon lords. Most people interact with dragons purely on a physical level, reading their moods through body language and vocalizations. The mental connection that Nella describes suggests either remarkable natural talent or proximity to dragons so powerful that their thoughts overflow into the minds of nearby humans. Maester Kyrios steps forward, his expression grave. Nella, this is crucial. Did you sense any hostility from these dragons? Any indication that they view the settlement as a threat or intrusion? The young woman considers the question carefully before responding. Not hostility exactly, more like evaluation. They know we're here, they know what we're doing, and they're deciding how they feel about it. I got the impression that they've been watching the settlement for some time, learning about us before making any decisions. The crowd begins to disperse as people return to their daily tasks, but the conversations continue in smaller groups throughout the plaza. You can sense the mixture of excitement and apprehension that news like this creates in a community that exists on the knife's edge between wonder and disaster. The presence of powerful dragons so close to the settlement is simultaneously the fulfillment of everyone's dreams and their worst nightmare. You spend the remainder of the afternoon consulting with the settlement's informal council, a group consisting of Maester Kyrios, the master traders, and the senior dragon tenders. The discussion takes place in the council chamber, another repurposed shrine whose walls are decorated with faded murals depicting the glories of Old Valyria. The irony of planning for an uncertain future, while surrounded by images of a civilization that failed to plan for its own survival, is not lost on anyone present. The debate centres on a fundamental question. Should New Valyros attempt to make contact with these newly discovered dragons, or should the settlement maintain its current policy of respectful distance? Both approaches carry significant risks. Contact could lead to beneficial relationships, expanded territory, and access to knowledge that the mature dragons might possess, but it could also provoke territorial disputes, attract unwanted attention from other dragons, or trigger aggressive responses from creatures whose power dwarfs anything the settlement can match. The old texts suggest that the ancient dragon lords established relationships with wild dragons through ritual offerings and demonstrations of respect. Kyrios contributes, consulting a scroll covered with his translation notes. The process was apparently lengthy and required considerable patience, but successful contacts could result in dragons choosing to join existing communities. And unsuccessful contacts, asked Maester Vylar, the settlement's healer and resident pessimist. The texts are diplomatically vague on that subject, Kyrios admits, though they do mention the importance of approaching dragons only when certain astronomical and volcanic conditions are favourable. As the discussion continues, you find your thoughts returning to your 3 young charges and the responsibility you bear for their well-being. The arrival of adult dragons in the area will inevitably affect the juvenile's behaviour and development. Dragons are intensely social creatures whose growth and learning depend heavily on interaction with their elders. The presence of mature dragons nearby could accelerate the young one's development, but it could also create competitive tensions that might prove dangerous. The council meeting concludes without firm decisions, as such meetings often do when dealing with unprecedented situations. Instead, the group agrees to increase patrols of the outer caves, expand the network of observers watching for dragon activity, and begin preparing diplomatic protocols based on the fragmentary guidance available in the ancient texts. It's the cautious response of people who understand that their survival depends on avoiding catastrophic mistakes. Your evening duties take you back to the rookery, where the young dragons await their sunset feeding. The routine of care and feeding provides a comforting anchor in a day that has been filled with uncertainty and revelation. As you prepare their evening meal, a mixture of flame fruits, serpent grass, and the specially treated meat that provides the protein young dragons need for healthy growth. You find yourself studying their behaviour for signs that they too are aware of the changes taking place in their world. Paraxis seems more alert than usual, her golden eyes tracking movements and sounds that you can barely perceive. When you approach with her feeding bowl, she raises her head and emits a soft trill that carries harmonics you've never heard before. The sound is hauntingly beautiful, a musical phrase that seems to echo the deeper songs that have been drifting through the mountain all day. "You hear them too, don't you?" you murmur as you set down her bowl. Your elders are calling, and you're trying to answer. Thessarian's response to the evening feeding is equally revealing. Instead of his usual enthusiastic attack on his food, he eats with careful deliberation, pausing frequently to listen to sounds that exist beyond human hearing. His posture is alert, almost military in its precision, as if he's unconsciously adopting the bearing of an adult dragon preparing for important social interactions. Little Valix presents the most dramatic change in behaviour. The playful, mischievous dragonling of the morning has been replaced by a creature of surprising dignity and focus. She accepts her feeding with gracious acknowledgement, then settles into a posture of attentive listening that makes her seem far older than her 18 months. The transformation is both touching and slightly unnerving, like watching a child suddenly display adult wisdom. As the sun sets behind the volcanic peaks, painting the sky in shades of orange and red that mirror the eternal glow of the mountain's heart, you settle in for the evening watch. This is your favourite time of day in the rookery, when the young dragons drift towards sleep, and their natural vocalizations create a lullaby of extraordinary beauty. Tonight, however, their usual evening songs are joined by the deeper harmonies drifting up from the mountain's depths, creating a symphony that speaks to the ancient connections between dragons and the volcanic forces that shaped their world. The night deepens, and with it comes a sense of anticipation that seems to permeate the entire settlement. From your position in the rookery, you can see lights burning late in windows throughout New Valyros as people discuss the day's revelations and their implications for the future. The settlement has always existed in a state of controlled uncertainty, but tonight that uncertainty has taken on new dimensions and possibilities. Your evening meditation is interrupted by an unexpected visitor, Volgar himself, arriving at the rookery's entrance with the silent grace that makes adult dragons so formidable despite their size. In the confines of the rookery, his true magnificence becomes apparent. His wingspan, partially folded, still spans nearly the width of the chamber, and his presence fills the space with an almost tangible sense of power and ancient wisdom. The young dragon's response to Vagar's arrival is immediate and profound. All three rise to their feet, adopting postures of respectful attention that you've never seen before. Their usual casual familiarity is replaced by formal acknowledgement of hierarchy and status. Pyraxis, normally the most independent of the three, lowers her head in a gesture that can only be described as a bow. Vulgar's attention, however, is focused on you rather than his younger relatives. His golden eyes study you with an intensity that makes you acutely aware of how small and fragile human beings must appear to creatures of his stature. When he speaks, and you realise with shock that he is indeed speaking, forming words in accented but unmistakable common tongue, his voice is like distant thunder given form and meaning. "Tender of the young flames," he says, each word carefully articulated. "The deep singers have sent me to speak with your kind. Changes come to the mountain, and the ancient covenants must be renewed or replaced." The revelation that Vagar can speak strikes you with the force of a physical blow. The ability to use human language is mentioned in the oldest Valyrian texts as a mark of dragons who have achieved true maturity, but you had assumed this was metaphorical rather than literal. The implications are staggering. If Vagar can speak, then the relationships between dragons and humans in this place are far more complex than anyone has understood. What do you need from us?" you manage to ask, your voice barely above a whisper. "Understanding," Vagar replies. "The deep singers are ancient beyond your reckoning, survivors of the time before the doom. They have slept in the mountain's heart while the world above changed and forgot the old ways. Now they wake, drawn by the songs of new hatchlings and the scent of growing flames. They must decide whether to emerge into this changed world or to return to their deep sleep. And we can influence that decision. Your kind has built something new here, Vhagar says, his massive head tilting as he considers his words. Not the domination of the old dragon lords, but partnership, mutual care. The deep singers are curious about this development. They would speak with those who tend the young without seeking to command them. The conversation continues deep into the night, conducted in the soft tones that dragons use for serious discussion. Vhagar explains that the adult dragons Nella encountered are representatives of a much larger community that has survived in the deepest caves since before the Doom. They are the remnants of dragons who refused to serve in the wars and conquests that ultimately destroyed Valyria, choosing instead to retreat into the mountain's depths and wait for the madness of their surface-dwelling kin to burn itself out. The irony is profound. New Valyros, built by refugees and outcasts, seeking to reclaim some fragment of ancient glory, has unknowingly established itself above the very dragons who rejected that glory in the first place. The potential for misunderstanding and conflict seems enormous, but so does the possibility for something entirely new, a relationship between human and dragon based on mutual respect rather than domination. As dawn approaches, Vhagar prepares to depart, but not before offering guidance that will shape the settlement's response to the developing situation. The Deep Singers, he explains, will judge New Valyros based on how its people treat their existing dragons. The young ones in your care serve as ambassadors, their health and happiness reflecting the true character of human intentions. The elaborate diplomatic protocols that the Council has been debating are less important than the daily acts of care and respect that you perform as a matter of routine. Continue as you have, Vhagar advises as he moves toward the Rookery's entrance. The Deep Singers see truth in actions rather than words. They will know our young ones' contentment, and through that knowledge, they will judge your people's worthiness. With that, he disappears into the pre-dawn darkness, leaving you alone with thoughts that seem too large for your human mind to properly contain. The revelation that your daily work carries such profound implications is both humbling and terrifying. Every decision you make in caring for Praxis, the Sarian and Valix now carries weight that extends far beyond their individual well-being. The morning routine begins, as it always does, with the checking of scales and the assessment of needs, but everything feels different in the light of the night's revelations. Each gesture of care, each moment of patience with draconic whims and preferences, now serves a larger purpose that you're only beginning to understand. The young dragons seem to sense the change in atmosphere, responding to your attention with a depth of contentment that suggests they too understand the importance of what is taking place. As you work, you find yourself thinking about the nature of partnership versus domination, and how the relationships that develop organically through daily care might differ from those imposed through force or circumstance. The old Valyrian dragon lords controlled their mounts through magical bonds and ancient bloodlines, but that system ultimately failed, consuming itself in civil wars and magical catastrophes. New Valyros offers the possibility of something different, relationships built on mutual benefit and genuine affection rather than power and compulsion. The implications extend beyond the settlement's immediate concerns to questions about the nature of civilization itself. The Old Valyria achieved wonders through the domination of both dragons and lesser peoples, creating an empire that spanned continents and commanded resources beyond imagination. But that empire also carried within itself the seeds of its own destruction, the inevitable consequence of systems based on hierarchy and exploitation. New Valyros, with its community of refugees and outcasts, its dragons who choose to stay rather than being forced to serve, represents an entirely different approach to the question of how intelligent species might coexist. Your morning herb gathering takes on new significance as you consider how each plant contributes to the health and happiness of your charges. The flame fruits that provide essential nutrition, the serpent grass that offers both food and entertainment, the healing herbs that soothe minor injuries and irritations, all of these represent investments in relationships that benefit both sides. The dragon's presence enriches the soil and protects the settlement, while human care ensures their health and provides companionship that their isolated wild relatives lack. The symbiosis extends to the broader ecosystem of the volcanic slopes. Dragon waste fertilizes the unique plants that grow nowhere else, while the plants provide specialized nutrition that allows dragons to achieve their full potential. Human tending maintains the balance, preventing overgrazing by herbivores and ensuring that the most valuable species receive the care they need to thrive. It's a complex web of interdependence that could serve as a model for relationships between species throughout the known world. The day's work continues with renewed purpose and attention to detail. Every aspect of dragon care becomes an act of diplomacy, a demonstration of the values that New Valyros hopes to embody in its relationship with the Deep Singers. The grooming sessions become opportunities to show patience and respect for individual preferences. The feeding routines demonstrate commitment to providing the best possible nutrition. Even the cleaning of the rookery serves to show that human caretakers take pride in maintaining environments worthy of their magnificent charges. As afternoon transitions to evening, you find yourself joined by other members of the settlement who have heard rumours of the night's extraordinary events. Meister Kyrios arrives with armloads of texts, hoping to document whatever wisdom might emerge from ongoing contact with speaking dragons. The senior traders come seeking to understand how the presence of ancient dragons might affect their commercial relationships. Even the children of the settlement gather at respectful distances, their eyes wide with wonder at the possibility that the dragons they've grown up watching might soon be joined by beings of even greater majesty. The evening feeding becomes a community event, with careful observers noting every detail of the young dragon's behaviour and responses. Peraxis's increasing sophistication in her vocalizations draws particular attention, as her evening song now incorporates complex harmonies that seem to answer the deeper melodies drifting up from the mountain's heart. The Sarian demonstrates new precision in his movements, each gesture deliberate and purposeful, in ways that suggest rapid maturation. Valix, smallest, but perhaps most sensitive to the changing atmosphere, displays a composure and awareness that makes her seem like a miniature adult rather than a playful juvenile. As night falls and the settlement settles into its evening routines, you remain in the rookery for what has become an extended vigil. The young dragon's sleep patterns have changed, their rest punctuated by periods of alert listening that suggest ongoing communication with unseen relatives. Their dreams, if dragons dream, seem filled with visions and voices that pull them toward futures you can barely imagine. The night brings another visit from representatives of the Deep Singers, though this time the contact takes a different form. Instead of Vhagar's dramatic appearance, you become aware of a subtle presence at the edge of perception, ancient minds touching yours with the gentleness of falling snow. The contact is brief and wordless, but profoundly reassuring. You sense approval, cautious optimism, and something that might be the draconic equivalent of gratitude. The Deep Singers, you realise, are as uncertain about this new world as the humans of New Valyros are about them. Centuries of isolation have left them without recent knowledge of how surface-dwelling creatures have evolved and changed. Your care for their young relatives provides them with a window into human nature, as it has developed since the Doom, offering evidence that not all surface dwellers are driven by the ambitions and cruelties that characterise the worst of the old dragon lords. Over the following days, the pattern of contact continues and deepens. Vhagar becomes a regular visitor, his conversations revealing depths of knowledge about dragon society and behaviour that no human has possessed since the fall of Valyria. Through him, you learn about the complex social structures that govern dragon communities, the intricate protocols that prevent conflict between creatures whose disagreements could reshape landscapes, and the ancient traditions that have preserved draconic culture through centuries of exile and isolation. The young dragons in your care begin to display new abilities and behaviours as their contact with adult dragons accelerates their development. Peraxis demonstrates the first stirrings of true flame production, her breath warming from harmless smoke to genuine fire that requires new safety precautions. The Sarian begins to exhibit the territorial awareness that marks the transition to adult psychology, though his claims extend no further than his sleeping alcove and feeding area. Valix discovers that she can project her thoughts to other dragons, practicing with her companions until their mental conversations become audible to humans as shared, harmonized songs. The transformation extends beyond the individual dragons to the broader community of New Valyros. The knowledge that ancient, wise dragons are evaluating the settlement creates a collective sense of purpose that unifies people who might otherwise be divided by their different backgrounds and motivations. Traders work more carefully to ensure that their activities don't disturb the natural systems that support the magical plants. Crafters take new pride in their work, knowing that their creations might be observed by beings whose standards were shaped by the glories of Old Valyria. Even the children modify their play, incorporating respect for dragons and their needs into games that previous generations might have based on dominance and conquest. The changes are not without challenges. Some residents struggle with the knowledge that their every action is subject to scrutiny by creatures whose power could erase the settlement without effort. Others worry that the presence of ancient dragons will attract attention from outside powers who might seek to exploit or control such valuable resources. The economic implications alone are staggering. If word spreads that New Valyros has access to speaking dragons and their accumulated knowledge, every major power in the known world will want to establish relationships, alliances, or claims. Your role as a dragon tender evolves to encompass responsibilities you never anticipated. In addition to the daily care that remains your primary duty, you become a cultural translator, helping humans understand draconic perspectives and explaining human motivations to dragon visitors whose experience of surface-dwelling creatures is centuries out of date. The conversations reveal fascinating differences in how the two species perceive time, causation, and social responsibility. Dragons, you learn, think in terms of centuries and millennia, making decisions based on consequences that might not manifest for generations. This long view makes them naturally conservative, reluctant to embrace changes that might seem beneficial in the short term, but could prove problematic over extended periods. Humans, with their brief lifespans and immediate needs, focus on problems and opportunities that require prompt attention. The challenge lies in finding common ground between these radically different temporal perspectives. The philosophical differences prove equally intriguing. Dragons view themselves as part of natural systems that extend far beyond individual concerns, making decisions based on their effects on entire ecosystems and species. Human thinking, shaped by social structures and individual ambitions, tends to focus on relationships between persons and communities. Neither approach is inherently superior, but the differences create opportunities for misunderstanding that require careful navigation. As weeks pass and the relationship between New Valyros and the Deep Singers develops, you begin to glimpse the potential for something unprecedented in the history of both species. The partnership that is emerging combines human innovation and adaptability with draconic wisdom and power, creating possibilities that neither species could achieve alone. The magical plants in the settlement's gardens flourish under the influence of both human cultivation and dragon-blessed soil. The young dragons develop abilities and understanding that surpass what they might achieve through purely draconic education. Most remarkably, the adult dragons begin to show interest in the surface world that extends beyond simple evaluation of potential threats or allies. The breakthrough comes on a morning that begins like any other, with your routine inspection of the young dragons revealing that Paraxis is ready for her first major scale shedding. The process is a significant milestone in dragon development, marking the transition from juvenile to adolescent status and requiring careful monitoring to ensure that it proceeds smoothly. As you prepare the materials needed to assist with the shedding, you're surprised by the arrival of 3 adult dragons at the rookery entrance. These are clearly representatives of the Deep Singers, their scales bearing the distinctive patterns that mark dragons who have lived through multiple centuries. Their leader, a magnificent female whose scales shimmer between silver and deep blue, steps forward with the fluid grace that characterizes truly ancient dragons. When she speaks, her voice carries harmonics that seem to resonate in your bones. "I am Syrax of the Deep Flame," she announces, "keeper of the ancient songs and speaker for those who have slept beneath stone. We come to witness the first shedding, and to offer our guidance to one who has earned our respect. The ceremony that follows is unlike anything documented in the surviving texts from Old Valyria. The adult dragons position themselves around Paraxis in a careful pattern, their combined presence creating a field of magical energy that eases the shedding process and ensures that each new scale emerges perfectly formed. Their voices join in a complex harmony that seems to resonate with the mountain itself, creating vibrations that help separate old scales from new without discomfort or injury. Your role in the ceremony is both humble and essential. The adult dragons provide the magical support that makes the process safe and comfortable. But human hands are needed for the delicate work of removing loosened scales and applying the healing oils that prevent infection. The combination of draconic power and human care creates a synergy that benefits everyone involved, dragon and human alike. As the ceremony concludes and Paraxis displays her new scales, larger and more lustrous than her juvenile covering, Syrax approaches you with an expression that might be the draconic equivalent of a smile. "You have tended our young with wisdom and care," she says. "The deep singers are prepared to emerge from their long isolation and join the community you have built here. But we propose something more than simple coexistence. We offer partnership in creating something new, a place where human and dragon might build together rather than one serving the other." The proposal represents the culmination of everything that New Valyros has worked toward, but it also presents challenges that no one has anticipated. The practical logistics of integrating ancient dragons into a human settlement are daunting enough, but the broader implications are even more complex. Word of such a partnership will inevitably spread beyond the volcanic slopes, attracting attention from powers who might view the alliance as either an opportunity to exploit or a threat to eliminate. Yet the potential benefits are extraordinary. The Deep Singers possess knowledge that was lost in the Doom, not just magical techniques and historical information, but wisdom about sustainable relationships between intelligent species and their environments. Combined with human innovation and adaptability, this knowledge could create solutions to problems that have plagued civilization for centuries. Your response to Syrax's proposal will help determine not just the future of New Valyros, but potentially the course of history throughout the known world. As you consider your words, you're acutely aware that this moment represents a culmination of every small act of care, every patient hour spent tending to the needs of young dragons, every decision to treat magnificent creatures with the respect they deserve rather than the domination they could resist. "We would be honoured by such a partnership," you reply, your voice steady despite the magnitude of the moment. "But we offer it freely, as equals working toward common goals, not as servants seeking masters or masters demanding service." Syrax's response is a sound that combines the rumble of distant thunder with the warmth of a contented purr. "Then let us begin," she says. "The Deep Singers will emerge at the next new moon, when the mountain's energies are most conducive to change. Together, we will build something worthy of both our species." As the adult dragons depart to carry news of the agreement to their hidden communities, you remain in the rookery with your three charges, who seem to understand that they have witnessed something of historic importance. Pyraxis preens her new scales with obvious pride, while Thessarian and Valix position themselves as honour guards, their postures reflecting the dignity of the moment. The days that follow are filled with preparation for changes that will transform New Valyros from a small outpost to something unprecedented in the history of human-dragon relations. New structures must be planned to accommodate dragons of various sizes. New protocols must be developed to manage the complex social dynamics that will emerge. New economic relationships must be negotiated with trading partners who will suddenly find themselves dealing with an entirely different type of community. But beneath all the practical concerns lies a deeper satisfaction, the knowledge that patient care and genuine respect have created possibilities that force and domination never could have achieved. Your work as a dragon tender has evolved from daily routine to historic significance, proving that the most profound changes often begin with the smallest acts of kindness and understanding. As the new moon approaches and the Deep Singers prepare to emerge from their centuries of isolation, you continue your daily routines with renewed purpose. Each feeding, each grooming session, each moment of patient attention to draconic needs contributes to a relationship that is reshaping the world. The young dragons in your care have become bridges between species, their contentment and growth serving as proof that humans and dragons can work together as partners rather than as master and servant. The future stretches ahead, full of uncertainty but bright with possibility. In the volcanic heart of Old Valyria, where ancient civilizations fell to their own ambitions, something new is being born. A community built on mutual respect, shared responsibility, and the understanding that the greatest achievements come not from conquest, but from the patient work of building trust one day at a time. And as the sun sets behind the volcanic peaks, painting the sky in shades of fire and gold, you settle in for another night of watching over the young flames whose contentment has opened the door to a new world. The deep singer's lullabies drift up from the mountain's heart, harmonizing with the gentle breathing of sleeping dragons, creating a symphony of peace that speaks to the possibility of harmony between all the world's intelligent creatures. In this moment, surrounded by the fruits of patient labour and genuine care, you understand that the greatest adventures are not those that conquer the world, but those that heal it, one small act of kindness at a time. The young dragons dream peacefully, their scales gleaming in the eternal glow of the volcanic depths, and their dreams carry the promise of a future where humans and dragons will build wonders together that neither species could achieve alone. The night deepens, and with it comes the contented certainty that tomorrow will bring new challenges and new opportunities to prove that partnership is stronger than domination, that respect is more powerful than fear, and that the patient work of tending to others' needs can indeed change the world. In the heart of Old Valyria, where dragons sleep and humans dream, the future is being written in scales and fire, one careful moment at a time. Imagine you dwelled within Oldtown's towering citadel, where ancient wisdom whispers through corridors and every dusty tome holds secrets that would make southern lords weep with envy. Welcome to Whispered Sleep sagas, where starlit tales unravel into dreams. Dim the lights, nestle into your cozier spot, exhale your cares, sink into softness, and let tonight's story, gentler than a hobbit's nap, carry you to sleep's cozy embrace. If this tale lulled you toward dreams, or made you chuckle like a maester dropping his chain in soup, give it a like and subscribe. No pressure. My ego's as sturdy as a Westerosi winter, but your support keeps the firelit stories burning. The citadel of Oldtown rises like a stone prayer to human ambition, its towers spiralling toward the heavens as if the ancient architects believed knowledge could literally touch the gods themselves. For 1,000 years, this fortress of learning has stood sentinel over the Honeywine River, collecting wisdom like a miser hoards gold, only far more selflessly and with considerably less paranoia about thieves. The masters who built this place understood something that kings and lords consistently failed to grasp. Power fades like cheap dye in rain, armies crumble like day-old bread, but knowledge endures like a particularly stubborn wine stain on expensive fabric. The institution itself represents a direct challenge to the feudal order that governs the Seven Kingdoms. While lords rule through birth and knights through strength of arm, maesters earn their authority through demonstrated competence and accumulated wisdom. Their grey robes and heavy chains mark them as servants to knowledge, rather than to any particular house or king, a revolutionary concept in a world where loyalty is usually purchased with gold or enforced through fear. The Citadel's political neutrality allows it to serve all houses equally, sending ravens between sworn enemies and healing the wounds of both sides in any conflict. This carefully maintained independence has allowed the order to survive the rise and fall of dynasties, accumulating knowledge while kingdoms burned around them. The maesters understood early that information is the most durable form of power. It cannot be seized by conquest, destroyed by fire, or inherited by unworthy heirs. You wake in your narrow chamber as the first bell tolls across Oldtown, its bronze voice cutting through the morning mist that rises from the river like the breath of sleeping dragons who've learned to keep their opinions to themselves. The sound has marked your days for 10 months now, ever since you arrived as a green apprentice clutching a letter of recommendation and the naive belief that copying scrolls would somehow be less tedious than mucking out stables. How wonderfully, spectacularly wrong you were, though you've learned that being wrong is often the first step toward being educated. The chamber itself tells the story of countless apprentices who've occupied this space before you. The desk bears the accumulated scars of frustrated scholars, ink stains that map moments of inspiration and despair, knife marks from apprentices who took their irritation out on innocent wood, and burn marks from candles knocked over during late-night copying sessions. The stones of the walls have absorbed decades of muttered curses in a dozen languages, creating an atmosphere of scholarly suffering that newcomers find either inspiring or deeply depressing. Your narrow window overlooks the Honeywine River, where merchant ships drift like lazy thoughts, carrying goods from across the known world. Myrish lace arrives alongside Dornish wine, while Summer Island spices share cargo space with northern furs, creating a floating marketplace that brings the world's bounty to Old Town's docks. The harbour never truly sleeps. There's always a ship arriving with the tide or departing with cargo that will carry Old Town's influence to distant shores. The Citadel operates on rhythms older than the conquest, patterns worn smooth by generations of seekers who came believing they could unlock the universe's secrets, only to discover that the universe files its mysteries under miscellaneous and writes them in scripts that make your eyes water and your hand cramp. The morning routine begins before dawn, when the stone corridors echo with the shuffle of slippered feet and the distant murmur of apprentices already deep in their studies, proving that dedication and masochism often wear remarkably similar faces. The pre-dawn hours belong to the most dedicated scholars, those who've learned that true understanding comes not from quick revelation, but from the slow accumulation of knowledge through repetitive study. These early risers include apprentices working on particularly challenging translations, maesters preparing lectures for the day's classes, and the occasional insomniac who's discovered that ancient Valyrian texts make excellent sleep aids when read in the proper monotone. The wash basin in your chamber contains water that achieves new depths of cold each morning, as if the Citadel's stones conspire to remind every apprentice that comfort is the enemy of learning. You splash your face with water that could freeze wine, feeling the shock that serves as nature's alarm clock and the Citadel's daily reminder that scholarly pursuits involve more suffering than most people realise. The cold water serves a practical purpose beyond simple torture. It forces alertness in minds that might otherwise drift through morning lectures in a haze of sleepy inattention. The grey robes of an apprentice hang from their peg like a surrender flag to joy itself, their colour chosen specifically to remind wearers that they've temporarily abandoned the bright world of common pleasures for the dimmer realm of accumulated wisdom. The maesters believe colour distracts from proper contemplation, which explains why the Citadel resembles a monument to particularly scholarly monks who've forgotten what happiness looks like and decided they don't miss it. The robes themselves carry symbolic weight beyond their practical function. Grey represents the balance between the black of ignorance and the white of perfect knowledge, a middle ground that acknowledges both the extent of human learning and the vastness of what remains unknown. Every apprentice who dons these robes accepts the responsibility of pushing back the boundaries of ignorance, one carefully copied text at a time. You dress quickly, your fingers finding the familiar fabric that marks you as clearly as any brand. Property of knowledge, apprentice to wisdom, servant to the endless hunger for understanding that drives this ancient institution. The cloth feels different now than it did 10 months ago, less like a costume and more like a second skin, evidence that the Citadel's transformation of its students extends beyond mere learning to encompass identity itself. The corridors stretch before you, like arteries of accumulated human thought, their walls lined with shelves that groan under 10,000 years of written wonder and written nonsense, often indistinguishable from each other, until some unfortunate apprentice spends months copying what turns out to be an elaborate joke written by a maester, with too much time and too little supervision. The older sections smell of secrets and slowly decaying binding glue, while newer wings carry the sharp scent of fresh ink and the hopes of apprentices who still believe they'll revolutionize human understanding by dinner time. The architecture itself serves educational purposes, with corridors designed to encourage contemplation, and halls sized to promote both individual study and group discussion. The builders understood that different types of learning require different environments. Some knowledge is best absorbed in solitude, while other insights emerge only through debate and collaboration. The physical space shapes the intellectual atmosphere as surely as any formal curriculum. The stones beneath your feet have been worn smooth by countless scholars, each step adding to the accumulated weight of seekers who've walked these halls in pursuit of truth, or at least in pursuit of enough knowledge to forge their first chain link without embarrassing themselves in front of the examining maesters. The worn paths trace routes of learning that connect classrooms to libraries, scriptoriums to healing chambers, creating a physical map of the educational journey that transforms curious children into competent scholars. Morning light filters through tall windows, casting everything in golden hues that make even the most tedious treatise on grain taxation look momentarily profound. This is the Citadel's daily magic trick, transforming mundane scholarship into something that appears almost sacred, at least until you actually start reading about the proper classification of barley varieties and remember that even profound institutions can produce profoundly boring books. The quality of morning light varies with the seasons, creating natural rhythms that influence both study patterns and student moods. Winter mornings arrive grey and grudging, forcing scholars to rely more heavily on candles and braziers, while summer dawns flood the corridors with light that makes even difficult texts seem more welcoming. The maesters have learned to schedule their most challenging lectures for times when natural light provides the best conditions for sustained attention. The scriptorium awaits like a cathedral of concentrated effort, its vaulted ceiling designed to inspire awe in those about to spend 12 hours copying someone else's thoughts, with the sort of attention to detail that would make a royal scribe weep with envy. Here, knowledge is preserved through the ancient art of extremely careful penmanship, a process that transforms bright-eyed apprentices into hunched scholars with permanent ink stains and a suspicious twitch whenever anyone mentions manuscript illumination. The Great Hall serves as the heart of the Citadel's copying operation, where knowledge is reproduced, verified, and occasionally understood by those doing the actual work. The process of transcription serves multiple purposes beyond simple preservation. It forces close reading, reveals errors in older copies, and gradually builds the sort of deep familiarity with texts that transforms mere copying into genuine understanding. The desks are arranged in rows that promote both individual concentration and collective effort, with each apprentice responsible for their assigned section, while contributing to projects that often span multiple years and dozens of contributors. The largest undertakings, like creating new copies of the Citadel's most important texts, require coordination between apprentices working in different areas of expertise, fostering the collaborative spirit that defines advanced scholarship. Other apprentices nod as you pass, each face telling its own story of scholarly suffering and occasional triumph. There's Jorik, who's spent 3 years wrestling with a single Valyrian text that's either the secret to transmuting base metals into gold or the world's most elaborate grocery list. At this point, he's not entirely sure which outcome would be more disappointing, though he leans toward the grocery list since at least that would be useful. Jorik's dedication to his impossible manuscript has become something of a legend among the apprentices, proof that scholarly obsession can overcome almost any obstacle, except possibly the obstacle itself. His daily reports on his progress have evolved into a form of entertainment, with other apprentices placing small wagers on whether today's breakthrough will involve ancient alchemical secrets or shopping reminders about purchasing more goat cheese. Mira strides past with the confidence of someone whose chain bears 2 links already, marking her as practically a maester in her own mind, though the actual maesters regard her with the tolerant amusement usually reserved for precocious children who've learned to spell wisdom but not quite grasped its meaning. Her expertise in astronomy and mathematics has earned her the right to assist with advanced calculations, though she's discovered that being competent often means being assigned more work rather than more respect. The progression from apprentice to maester follows a carefully structured path that balances individual achievement with institutional needs. Each link added to a student's chain represents mastery of a specific field, but the Citadel's requirements ensure that broad competence takes precedence over narrow specialization. A maester must demonstrate not just expertise, but the ability to apply knowledge across multiple disciplines. Young Peter still jumps when the ravens caw, as if personally offended by their lack of indoor voices and general disregard for scholarly atmosphere. He arrived 2 months ago believing the Citadel would be like the songs, full of mysterious secrets revealed through dramatic discoveries rather than endless hours of transcription that make your hand cramp and your soul question every life choice that led to this moment of carefully copying someone else's observations about the mating habits of sparrows. The reality of scholarly life proves consistently different from its romantic reputation. The great discoveries that echo through history represent tiny moments of insight emerging from vast oceans of routine work, and most apprentices learn quickly that revelation comes more often through persistent effort than through sudden inspiration. The daily grind of copying, organising and cross-referencing creates the foundation upon which occasional brilliance can build. There's also Lyanna, whose particular talent for languages has made her indispensable for translating text from Yi Ti and the Summer Islands, though she's discovered that being irreplaceable often means being constantly assigned to projects involving scripts that look like angry insects fighting over crumbs. Her linguistic abilities have opened doors to knowledge that remains closed to monolingual scholars, but they've also trapped her in a specialised niche that sometimes feels more like a very intellectual prison. The work of translation often resembles archaeology, with scholars digging through layers of linguistic evolution to uncover meanings that time has obscured. Master Aldwyn presides over the morning's activities from his desk near the eastern window, where the light catches the silver links of his chain just so, creating small rainbows that dance across his workspace like tiny celebrations of accumulated wisdom. His chain bears the symbols of his expertise: healing, history, Rovенry, and mathematics, each link representing years of study that would humble lesser minds or drive them to drink, and occasionally both. The chain itself represents the Citadel's approach to comprehensive education. Unlike universities that encourage specialisation, the Maesters require broad competence across multiple fields before awarding full membership. This philosophy reflects their role as advisors who must understand not just their particular expertise, but the ways different types of knowledge interact and influence each other. Aldwyn's approach to teaching combines the patience of a saint with the ruthless precision of someone who's spent decades correcting the same mistakes in increasingly creative ways. His ability to identify student errors before they're fully committed to parchment has reached almost supernatural levels, though he claims it simply results from having seen every possible way to misunderstand basic instructions and most of the impossible ways as well. The eastern window behind his desk provides optimal morning light, while offering a view of the harbour that serves as a constant reminder of the world beyond scholarly walls. Master Aldwyn often uses the scene outside as teaching material, pointing to ships and merchants as examples of practical knowledge in action, demonstrating how theoretical understanding must eventually find application in the real world. "Ah, young Garrett," he says without looking up from his morning correspondence. "Your name is Garrett, though after 10 months of copying ancient recipes and theoretical treatises, you sometimes forget this and have to check your own signature to remember who you're supposed to be." The absorption in texts can be so complete that personal identity becomes secondary to the knowledge being processed, a phenomenon that Master Aldwyn claims is both normal and slightly concerning. Today we delve deeper into the comprehensive remedies of Master Qyburn the Learned, 5th edition, expanded for accuracy and annotated for the prevention of accidental poisoning and explosive mishaps, he continues, his tone suggesting that the subtitle represents hard-won experience rather than excessive caution. It's only 800 pages and we're already through the first 75, which puts us ahead of schedule, assuming no one develops hand cramps or existential crises about the meaning of scholarly life. The manuscript waits at your assigned desk like a leather-bound challenge to your sanity and stamina, its pages filled with the accumulated medical wisdom of generations who believed that the best way to preserve knowledge was to write it down in handwriting that makes ancient Valyrian look like a model of clarity and modern simplicity. The text combines practical healing knowledge with the sort of detailed instructions that assume readers possess infinite patience and access to ingredients that may exist only in the fevered imagination of optimistic herbalists who never met a plant they couldn't turn into medicine. Master Qyburn's reputation for thoroughness borders on the legendary, with his texts including not just remedies, but detailed explanations of why they work, what happens when they don't work, and extensive cautionary tales about apprentices who thought they could improve on proven formulas through creative substitution. His annotations read like a conversation between past and present, with centuries of readers adding their own observations and corrections to create texts that evolve with each new generation of users. You settle at your assigned desk, which bears the accumulated scars of apprentices stretching back to when the Citadel was young and hopeful about human nature and the teachability of teenagers. The surface tells stories in spattered ink and carved initials. Here, someone sneezed while writing about sneezing remedies, providing an unintentional demonstration. There, an apprentice apparently tried to illustrate a text about treating cuts by providing a practical example that required actual medical attention. These accumulated marks serve as an unofficial history of scholarly suffering and occasional triumph, proof that knowledge extraction is a messy business that leaves physical evidence on both the scholars and their working surfaces. The desk has witnessed decades of small victories and large frustrations, absorbing the emotional residue of countless learning experiences while providing a stable platform for the endless work of preservation and understanding. The morning's work begins with recipes for treating headaches, which seems particularly appropriate given that reading about treating headaches is likely to cause them, creating a sort of medical Ouroboros that demonstrates the circular nature of much scholarly endeavour. For the pain that splits the skull like a woodsman's axe through green timber, the text begins with the flowery language that ancient healers mistook for precision. Combine 2 parts, willow bark with 1 part feverfew, steep in wine until the mixture achieves the colour of a king's disappointment, then strain through cloth fine enough to catch a lie and honest enough to let truth pass through. You copy this faithfully, your improved handwriting flowing across the parchment in letters that would make your early attempts weep with shame and possibly file complaints about being replaced by more competent successors. 10 months of practice have transformed your penmanship from something resembling angry chickens fighting over breadcrumbs into actual words that other people might theoretically read without requiring additional interpretation or emergency medical attention. Master Aldwyn calls this remarkable progress, though his tone suggests he's using both words in their most optimistic sense, and possibly including some charitable assumptions about future improvement. The development of proper scholarly handwriting represents a crucial skill that goes beyond mere legibility. It must be consistent enough for long projects, clear enough for others to read, and efficient enough to prevent hand cramps during extended copying sessions. The work requires absolute precision because, as previous incidents have vividly demonstrated, a misplaced comma in a healing recipe isn't just a grammatical error. It's a potential catastrophe involving kitchen explosions, very confused patients, and investigative committees wondering how someone managed to transform a simple headache remedy into something that removes hair and attracts cats from considerable distances. Last spring, an apprentice's sloppy transcription of a stomach remedy resulted in a preparation that turned the patient's teeth blue for a month and made them speak only in rhymes for 2 weeks afterward. The Citadel still receives inquiries about whether this was intentional, and if so, could they possibly get the recipe for theatrical purposes or revenge against particularly annoying neighbours? The incident led to new requirements for apprentice supervision and the creation of a special committee dedicated to reviewing transcription errors and their sometimes entertaining consequences. The Committee for the Prevention of Accidental Alchemy meets monthly to discuss cases where poor handwriting has transformed medicine into comedy, providing both practical education and welcome entertainment for the scholarly community. As morning progresses into the scholarly purgatory of mid-morning, when enthusiasm has worn off but lunch remains distant, you copy remedies for everything from sleeplessness to lovesickness. Though the text notes wryly that the latter condition responds better to time and distance than to any herb known to man, and significantly better than it responds to poetry, which tends to make the condition worse while annoying everyone within hearing distance. The ancient healers possessed a dry wit that suggests they understood human nature far better than their flowery language might indicate. Their remedies often include observations about patient behaviour that reveal deep insights into the psychology of illness and recovery, noting that some ailments respond as much to attention and sympathy as to actual medicine. For those afflicted with the malady of imagining themselves poets, reads one particularly pointed entry that someone has underlined multiple times in the margin, prescribe honest work and the company of actual poets until the delusion passes naturally. If symptoms persist beyond one season, consider that the patient may simply be beyond help, though they can still be useful for entertainment purposes if properly managed. The margin notes throughout the text provide running commentary from generations of readers, creating a multi-layered conversation about medicine, human nature, and the occasional absurdity of both. Some notes offer corrections or updates based on new discoveries, while others simply express the frustration of apprentices who've spent too many hours copying recipes for ailments they're not entirely sure actually exist. One particularly elaborate marginal debate spans several pages and appears to concern whether a certain plant-based remedy works because of its chemical properties or because patients expect it to work, with various contributors citing everything from ancient authorities to personal experience with stubborn relatives who refuse to admit when they're feeling better. The rhythm of copying becomes meditative as the morning wears on. Dip the quill, form the letters, pause to prevent cramping, repeat until either enlightenment or madness sets in. The Citadel considers both acceptable outcomes, as long as the copying gets done and no one sets anything important on fire. Your hand moves across the parchment in practiced strokes, while your mind processes the accumulated wisdom of generations who believed that knowledge preserved was knowledge that could illuminate future darkness. The meditative quality of transcription serves purposes beyond simple preservation. The repetitive motion and focused attention create a mental state that enhances both retention and understanding, allowing the mind to absorb information at deeper levels than casual reading permits. Many apprentices report that their best insights come not during dramatic moments of revelation, but during the quiet hours of careful copying, when consciousness settles into deeper patterns of awareness. Around you, the scriptorium hums with concentrated effort, quills scratching against parchment in a symphony that would be soothing, if not for the occasional frustrated curse when someone's quill decides to misbehave at precisely the wrong moment, or the sound of apprentices discovering that yesterday's ink has mysteriously transformed itself into something resembling tree sap and behaving accordingly. The collective sound represents civilization itself, human beings taking the chaos of thought and organizing it into symbols that can outlast empires, assuming the parchment holds up and the ink doesn't fade and future generations remember how to read and care enough to do so. The work creates a continuous thread of knowledge that connects past wisdom to future understanding, with each day's copying adding new links to a chain that stretches across centuries. The treatment of wounds occupies an entire section that reads like a catalogue of human creativity and self-injury, beginning with the observation that most injuries result from the unfortunate intersection of human confidence and insufficient attention to basic physics. For cuts acquired through misunderstanding sharp objects, the text begins with barely concealed exasperation. Clean thoroughly with wine, though not the good wine, as that would be wasteful, and the patient has already demonstrated questionable judgment regarding the appropriate use of valuable resources. The wound treatment section reflects centuries of accumulated experience with human ingenuity applied to self-destruction. The remedies progress from simple cuts and bruises through increasingly complex injuries that suggest either remarkable creativity or remarkable stupidity on the part of the injured parties. The text maintains a tone of professional detachment while occasionally revealing the frustration of healers who've seen the same preventable injuries repeated by successive generations of people who apparently never learn from others' mistakes. Master Aldwyn makes his rounds through the scriptorium, checking progress and dispensing corrections with the gentle ruthlessness of someone who's spent decades perfecting the art of constructive criticism, delivered in ways that encourage improvement rather than despair. When he reaches your desk, he pauses to examine your latest work, his eyes tracking each carefully formed letter with the intensity of a general studying battle plans or a mother checking a child's arithmetic. "Better," he says after a thorough examination, which from a maester constitutes effusive praise roughly equivalent to a royal commendation or a personal blessing from the High Septon. Your lettering improves daily. Soon you may be ready to attempt copying something that actually matters, rather than these preliminary exercises designed to build basic competence while testing your commitment to scholarly pursuits. This comment might sting if you hadn't learned that maesters consider everything a mere stepping stone to something more important. To them, copying basic remedies prepares you for advanced remedies, which prepares you for theoretical treatises on the nature of healing itself, which eventually prepares you to write your own theories that future apprentices will copy, while questioning their life choices and wondering what they did to deserve such punishment. The educational philosophy underlying this approach reflects the Citadel's understanding that competence builds through layers of increasing complexity, with each level providing the foundation for the next. No knowledge is considered worthless if it contributes to the overall structure of understanding, though some knowledge is clearly more immediately useful than extended treatises on the theoretical properties of plants that may not actually exist. The medicinal text continues with remedies that reveal the resourcefulness of healers working without access to modern conveniences or basic concepts like germs, though they've developed remarkably effective treatments through careful observation and systematic experimentation. The section on treating fever recommends everything from cold baths to prayers to specific gods, depending on whether the patient's condition stems from natural causes, divine displeasure, or simple stupidity, categories that ancient healers apparently considered equally valid and treatable through appropriate intervention. For fever, brought on by exposure to winter's bite, you copy with careful attention to every letter, wrap the patient in furs and feed them broth, until they stop complaining or stop breathing. Either outcome ends the fever, though patient preference generally favours the former option, and healers are encouraged to work toward that result when possible. The margin notes added by previous readers provide running commentary that ranges from helpful to hilariously wrong, creating a palimpsest of scholarly opinion that sometimes proves more entertaining than the original text. Someone has scribbled, "Tried this on my uncle, worked perfectly," next to a recipe that involves ingredients found only in the Summer Isles, while another note reads, "Warning, do not substitute dragon's blood with chicken blood. Results disappointing and chickens resentful. Also, chickens apparently hold grudges." A third note, written in different ink and clearly added years later, observes, "Previous note incorrect. Chickens do not hold grudges, but they do, remember?" Which is arguably worse since they lack the human capacity for forgiveness or perspective. This marginal debate about chicken psychology has continued across multiple generations of readers, with the most recent edition noting, "Has anyone actually tried asking the chickens about this?" As noon approaches and your hand begins its daily rebellion against the concept of literacy and extended periods of fine motor control, Master Aldwyn announces a break for practical application. This means leaving behind your quill for the more immediate world of actual sick people who have the inconsiderate habit of needing help regardless of whether you've finished cataloguing the 17 different ways to prepare willow bark or completed your philosophical meditation on the nature of healing. The transition from theoretical study to practical application represents one of the Citadel's most important educational principles. Knowledge must be tested against reality to determine its actual value. The morning's copying provides a theoretical foundation, while the afternoon's healing work reveals how abstract remedies perform when applied to actual human beings with real injuries and genuine complaints. The healing chambers occupy an entire wing of the Citadel, their design reflecting both functional needs and philosophical principles. The windows are positioned to catch optimal light for examination, while the floors feature drains that you've learned not to contemplate too carefully, though they serve essential purposes during the messier aspects of medical practice. The air carries the distinctive scent of a place where healing happens, sharp vinegar for cleaning, earthen herbs hanging in neat bundles, and the underlying mustiness that suggests these stones have absorbed decades of human suffering and occasional triumph. The chambers themselves tell stories through their architecture and arrangement. The main hall provides space for treating common injuries and ailments, while smaller rooms offer privacy for more serious cases or conditions that require extended observation. The storage areas reflect centuries of accumulated knowledge about which supplies are needed most frequently, and which treatments require immediate access to specialized materials. Today's patients provide a representative sample of human creativity and self-destruction, demonstrating the remarkable consistency with which people discover new ways to injure themselves while performing routine tasks. First arrives Benjen, a cooper whose trade involves working with tools that apparently harbour secret grudges against their users, at least according to his explanation of how his hammer developed autonomous decision-making capabilities. Benjen's thumb bears the purple badge of someone who's learned the hard way that barrel making requires attention to which end of the hammer contacts which surface, and his expression suggests he's considering a career change to something less hazardous, like wrestling bears or negotiating trade agreements with Iron Islanders. His injury represents the sort of occupational hazard that keeps healers in steady business, while providing object lessons about the importance of maintaining focus during potentially dangerous activities. The hammer just jumped, he explains with the injured dignity of someone whose tools have clearly betrayed a long-standing relationship of mutual trust and cooperation. I've used that hammer for 15 years without incident. Today it develops a mind of its own, and decides to express opinions about my technique by attacking my thumb. You listen to this explanation while preparing a poultice under Master Lewin's supervision, a different Master Lewin entirely from any you might have heard of, because the Citadel apparently operates on a limited supply of names and unlimited faith in people's ability to keep them straight without confusion or administrative complications. This Lewin specialises in treating the sort of everyday injuries that result from people living their lives with insufficient attention to basic physics and the inherent hostility of inanimate objects. Master Lewin's expertise extends beyond simple wound treatment to include understanding the psychology of injury, recognising that how people explain their accidents often reveals important information about both the injury itself and the patient's likely compliance with treatment recommendations. Someone who blames their tools is probably dealing with embarrassment about their own carelessness, while someone who accepts responsibility may be more reliable about following healing instructions. The process of cleaning Benjen's wound provides a perfect demonstration of practical knowledge applied systematically to real problems. First, you wash your hands with a thoroughness that separates actual healers from enthusiastic amateurs who mean well but spread more problems than they solve. The washing ritual serves both practical and psychological purposes, demonstrating professional competence while giving patients confidence that their treatment is being taken seriously. Next comes examination of the injury itself, using the systematic approach that the Citadel drills into every apprentice through endless repetition and occasional pop quizzes during inconvenient moments. The thumb shows classic signs of hammer-related trauma: swelling that suggests internal bleeding, discoloration that indicates tissue damage, and an owner who's clearly reconsidering his relationship with construction tools and their apparent capacity for independent thought and hostile action. "Will I be able to work?" Benjen asks, his voice carrying genuine concern beneath the bluster about treacherous hammers and their unfortunate tendency to develop personality disorders at inconvenient moments. The question reflects the reality faced by working people whose livelihood depends on physical capabilities that can be compromised by injury, making proper treatment not just a medical issue but an economic necessity. "Within a few days," Master Lewin assures him, while you apply a cooling salve that you've learned to prepare from memory through months of repetitive practice. Though you might consider developing a more respectful relationship with your tools, they respond better to attention and proper technique than to accusations of conspiracy and malicious intent. The salve represents hours of copying recipes finally transformed into practical action, demonstrating how theoretical knowledge becomes useful through application to real problems. The mixture of herbs creates a cooling sensation that reduces both pain and swelling, while providing the psychological comfort that comes from someone actually doing something concrete about your problem, rather than just offering sympathy and platitudes. Benjen's relief is immediate and genuine, transforming him from grumpy victim of tool-based betrayal to grateful patient who's willing to admit that perhaps his attention wandered at the crucial moment. The transformation illustrates one of healing's most important aspects. Successful treatment often involves helping people move past the stories they tell themselves about their injuries toward acceptance of what actually happened and what needs to be done to fix it. Next comes Meredith, a baker whose long experience with ovens has been betrayed by a moment of inattention that demonstrates how even familiar equipment can surprise you when you least expect it. Her burn covers most of her left palm, the angry red mark that speaks to a brief but decisive encounter with heat that doesn't forgive carelessness or negotiate with experience. She arrives apologising for the inconvenience, as if getting injured were somehow a personal failing rather than an occupational hazard that comes with working around things that are hot enough to bake bread, and therefore hot enough to bake people who aren't careful. It was just a stupid mistake, she says, while examining the burn with gentle fingers that have learned to assess damage without causing additional pain. I've been baking for 20 years. I know better than to grab hot things without protection. I was distracted by a customer asking about tomorrow's bread, and I reached for the wrong thing at the wrong moment. The burn requires different treatment than Benjen's bruised thumb, demonstrating how successful healing depends on matching remedies to specific types of damage. Cool water comes first to stop the damage from spreading, followed by a specialised salve that promotes healing while preventing infection. You've copied the recipe for this particular remedy dozens of times, but applying it to an actual person transforms abstract knowledge into practical understanding that goes beyond mere memorization. Burns happen to the best bakers, you tell Meredith while applying the salve with careful strokes that distribute the medicine evenly while avoiding pressure that might increase her discomfort. The oven doesn't care how experienced you are. It's an equal opportunity hazard that treats masters and apprentices with the same ruthless indifference. This earns a small smile from someone clearly accustomed to berating herself for perfectly human mistakes, illustrating how healing involves not just treating physical injuries, but helping people forgive themselves for the perfectly normal act of occasionally making errors in judgment. The psychological aspect of treatment often proves as important as the medical intervention, since patients who blame themselves excessively may be less likely to follow treatment recommendations or seek help for future problems. The afternoon brings a steady procession of Old Town's walking wounded, each case providing its own lesson in both healing techniques and human nature. There's Roderick, a sailor whose argument with a rope resulted in rope burns that prove ropes are surprisingly argumentative when properly motivated and have strong opinions about proper knot-tying technique. Willem the carpenter has achieved an impressive collection of splinters that demonstrate wood's ability to fight back when attacked with insufficient respect for its grain patterns and natural tendency towards self-defense. Each patient requires different treatment approaches, but all share the common thread of people discovering that the world contains more sharp edges, hot surfaces, and unforgiving materials than they'd fully appreciated when they started their workday. Your role involves not just applying remedies, but listening to explanations that grow more elaborate as patients work to transform simple accidents into complex narratives involving betrayal by inanimate objects and cosmic conspiracies against their personal well-being. The wood was different today, Willem insists, while you remove splinters with the patience that 10 months at the Citadel has taught you through endless repetition of tasks that require steady hands and steadier nerves. Usually it's cooperative. Today it seemed personally hostile, like it had decided to express opinions about my carpentry skills through aggressive defensive action. You make appropriate sympathetic noises while thinking that wood, being dead, maintains a fairly consistent level of cooperation, namely none whatsoever, and that it's the people working with it who introduce variables like attention, sobriety, and basic competence into the equation. The tendency of injured people to attribute malicious intent to inanimate objects appears to be universal. suggesting that humans need to create narratives that make their accidents feel less random and more meaningful. Between patients, you help organise the healing chamber's supplies, learning the locations and properties of dozens of remedies, while developing the sort of systematic approach that prevents mistakes during emergency situations. The cabinets are arranged with typical master precision: common treatments at eye level for quick access during routine cases, dangerous substances locked away to prevent apprentices from accidentally poisoning patients while trying to help them, and emergency supplies clearly marked for those moments when someone arrives having achieved a particularly creative form of self-destruction that requires immediate intervention. The organisational system reflects centuries of accumulated experience in treating human ingenuity applied to self-injury. Everything has its designated place because chaos in a healing chamber can mean the difference between helping someone and accidentally making their condition worse, a distinction that patients tend to care about quite strongly and which the Citadel takes seriously enough to require regular inventory checks and competency examinations. The afternoon's work provides constant lessons in the gap between theoretical knowledge and practical application. Reading about treating burns differs significantly from actually treating a burn on an actual person who's experiencing actual pain and looking to you for actual help rather than abstract theoretical discussion. The human element introduces variables that textbooks rarely address: patients who don't follow instructions, injuries that don't quite match standard descriptions, and the psychological complexities that make healing as much art as science. Late afternoon brings the day's most interesting case: Septon Marcus, whose enthusiasm for roof repairs exceeded his understanding of gravity and basic safety principles. He's managed to acquire a sprained ankle, multiple scrapes, and the sort of bruised dignity that comes from being rescued by the very parishioners you were trying to impress with your practical skills and spiritual dedication to maintaining holy buildings through personal effort. God works in mysterious ways, he says, while you examine his ankle, clearly struggling to find theological meaning in his encounter with basic physics and the unchanging nature of gravitational forces. Perhaps this is a lesson in humility, or a reminder that pride comes before a fall, quite literally in this case, or a lesson in ladder safety and the importance of proper equipment maintenance, Master Lewin suggests, with the gentle irreverence that maesters apply to all forms of superstition, religious or otherwise. Divine intervention rarely involves checking rope integrity or ensuring stable footing, though the gods presumably appreciate practical preparation as much as faithful prayer. The sprained ankle requires careful wrapping that supports the joint without restricting circulation, a technique that sounds simple until you actually try it and discover that achieving the proper balance requires both knowledge and considerable practice. Too loose, and the wrapping provides no support while creating a false sense of security. Too tight, and you create new problems involving circulation and very unhappy patients who may question your competence and training. The skill develops through repetition and the sort of spatial understanding that comes from working with three-dimensional problems rather than flat diagrams in textbooks. Your hands learn to feel the difference between proper support and excessive pressure, while your eyes develop the ability to assess whether the wrapping will maintain its position during normal movement or gradually loosen until it becomes useless decoration. Septon Marcus proves to be a patient patient, enduring the treatment while maintaining his conviction that even accidents serve higher purposes and reflect divine will working through seemingly random events. You find his faith simultaneously admirable and exasperating. Admirable for its resilience in the face of evidence that sometimes roofs are just slippery and gravity just works according to predictable physical laws. Exasperating for its refusal to acknowledge that better preparation might have prevented the entire incident. "Will I be able to resume my duties?" he asks as you finish the wrapping with a knot that balances security with the patient's eventual need to remove the bandage without requiring additional medical intervention. The question reflects both practical concerns about his work and deeper anxieties about whether his injury represents some form of divine judgment on his capabilities or character. "In a week or two," you assure him, demonstrating the confident bedside manner that Master Lewin has been teaching through example and gentle correction. Though you might consider leaving future roof work to people whose calling involves less theology and more experience with heights, ladders, and the practical aspects of construction work. The exchange illustrates the delicate balance healers must maintain when treating patients whose beliefs influence their understanding of illness and injury. Septon Marcus needs both medical treatment and reassurance that his accident doesn't represent spiritual failure, requiring responses that address both physical and psychological concerns without dismissing either as unimportant. As evening approaches, the healing chambers settle into their quieter rhythm, with the steady stream of daily injuries giving way to the more serious cases that require extended care and ongoing monitoring. Your duties shift from immediate treatment to record-keeping and preparation for tomorrow's inevitable parade of human creativity applied to self-destruction in new and occasionally innovative ways. The treatment records you maintain serve multiple purposes beyond simple documentation of who received what treatment when. They track patterns of injury that might indicate larger problems, like seasonal spikes in certain types of accidents or trends that suggest changes in working conditions, tool quality, or general safety awareness. They also provide essential data for evaluating treatment effectiveness, noting which remedies work consistently and which seem to depend more on hope and patient expectations than actual healing properties. Benjamin Cooper, hammer-related thumb trauma, treated with standard protocol for blunt impact injuries. You write in the careful script reserved for official records that must remain legible for future reference and potential review by examining maesters. The patient was reminded that tools require attention and proper technique rather than blame and accusations of treachery. Recovery expected within 1 week, assuming the patient follows treatment recommendations and develops better working habits. The records also capture the human element that formal medical texts rarely address directly. The stories people tell about their injuries, the patterns of behaviour that lead to repeated accidents, and the social dynamics that sometimes contribute to people hurting themselves through showing off, taking unnecessary risks, or failing to ask for help when they encounter situations beyond their capabilities. Septon Marcus, gravity-related injuries acquired during roof repairs without proper safety precautions, you continue, finding diplomatic ways to note that the patient's injury resulted from overconfidence rather than pure accident. Multiple contusions and sprained ankle treated per standard protocols. Patient counselled regarding the theological implications of ladder safety and the spiritual value of practical preparation. This last comment will probably amuse future readers while serving the practical purpose of noting that the patient's worldview influences his understanding of injury and recovery. Information that could prove relevant for future treatment decisions or when dealing with similar cases involving people whose beliefs affect their medical compliance. The evening meal in the Great Hall provides welcome relief from the day's concentrated effort, bringing together apprentices and maesters in the sort of institutional dining that manages to be both nutritious and somehow personally offensive to taste buds that remember what food can be like when prepared by people who consider flavour important. The Citadel's cooks have achieved something remarkable. They've discovered how to make even soup taste scholarly, as if it's been seasoned with ground parchment and good intentions rather than actual spices. The dining hall itself reflects the Citadel's approach to community building through shared experience. Long tables encourage conversation between apprentices at different stages of their education, while the mixing of specialties ensures that future astronomers learn from budding healers and prospective historians exchange insights with apprentice ravens. The arrangement fosters the collaborative spirit that defines advanced scholarship, while providing informal opportunities for teaching and learning. You sit with fellow apprentices, trading observations about sore hands and impossible texts with the camaraderie of soldiers who've survived the same particularly boring siege, or scholars who've discovered that intellectual warfare can be just as exhausting as the physical variety. The shared experience of copying ancient wisdom creates bonds that transcend individual specialties, uniting apprentices in the common struggle to transform themselves from curious teenagers into competent scholars. Jorik remains convinced his Valyrian manuscript contains earth-shaking secrets. though he's now leaning toward it being either a treatise on dragon breeding techniques or someone's extremely detailed shopping list written in a deliberately confusing script designed to frustrate future scholars. His daily reports on translation progress have become a form of entertainment, with other apprentices offering increasingly creative interpretations of the symbols he's struggling to decipher. "I found another word that might mean fire," he reports between spoonfuls of what the cooks optimistically call stew, but which bears stronger resemblance to liquid disappointment flavoured with institutional despair. Or cheese, or possibly fire cheese, which would be either revolutionary or catastrophic, depending on implementation and local fire safety regulations. Mira, ever practical, points out that ancient Valyrians probably had use for both fire and cheese, so either translation could prove significant in understanding their culture and daily life. This represents the sort of logic that marks her as destined for a full Meester's chain, assuming she survives the educational process without being driven completely mad by the accumulated weight of human knowledge and the discovery that most ancient wisdom is considerably less wise than advertised. The conversation turns to the day's practical lessons, with apprentices comparing notes about patient treatment and the endless creativity humans display in hurting themselves through routine activities performed with insufficient attention or excessive confidence. Peter shares his first successful splinter removal, describing the procedure with the pride of someone who's discovered they possess actual useful skills beyond copying other people's thoughts in increasingly neat handwriting. The key, he explains with newfound confidence that comes from successfully helping another human being, is patience and finding the right angle of approach. Rush the process, and you just push the splinter deeper while making the patient question your competence and training. This observation applies to much more than splinter removal, as any apprentice learns through painful experience and occasional embarrassing mistakes. The Citadel's entire approach to education rests on the principle that knowledge cannot be rushed. It must be absorbed gradually, layer upon layer, until understanding emerges almost without conscious effort, like sedimentary rock forming from countless tiny deposits of accumulated wisdom. Liana contributes observations about her translation work, noting how different languages approach the same concepts in ways that reveal cultural assumptions and priorities. Her current project involves texts from the Summer Islands that describe healing practices using plants and techniques unknown in Westeros, demonstrating how knowledge can be both universal and culturally specific. They have 17 different words for what we call headache, she explains, each describing specific types of pain that require different treatments. Either they suffer from much more diverse head pain than we do, or they've developed a more sophisticated understanding of something we treat as a single problem. The evening discussion gradually shifts toward tomorrow's assignments and long-term projects, with apprentices sharing information about upcoming examinations, difficult texts that require collaborative effort, and the occasional opportunity to assist masters with research that might lead to new discoveries, or at least new ways of organising old knowledge. Master Aldwyn has promised to introduce you to the practical preparation of tinctures tomorrow, moving beyond copying recipes to actually creating remedies under careful supervision. This represents a significant advancement in your education, bringing both opportunity and responsibility, the chance to contribute actively to healing work, balanced by the possibility that your mistakes could have consequences beyond smudged parchment and embarrassed explanations. After dinner, you return to your chamber as the sun sets over Old Town's harbour, painting the sky in shades that make even scholarly grey robes look momentarily romantic, and the ancient stones of the citadel glow with warm light that suggests wisdom and permanence. Your narrow window frames a view of the city settling into its evening rhythm, lanterns being lit throughout the streets like earthbound stars, ships adjusting their positions with the changing tide, and the overall sense of a community winding down from another day of commerce, craft, and the thousand small activities that keep civilization functioning. The harbour never truly sleeps, with late arriving ships seeking moorage and early departures preparing to catch favourable tides. The constant activity serves as a reminder that knowledge, like trade, depends on movement and exchange, ideas flowing between minds like goods between merchants, enriching both sender and receiver through the process of transmission and adaptation. Your personal journal awaits on your desk, the leather-bound record where you process each day's experiences and track your progress through the labyrinth of learning that defines a maester's education. The journal serves multiple purposes: organising thoughts, practicing writing skills, and creating a personal record that captures not just what you've learned, but how you've learned it and what the process has meant to your developing understanding. Tonight's entry begins with the morning's copying work, noting your continued progress through Master Qyburn's comprehensive remedies and the particular challenges posed by recipes that assume infinite patience, and access to ingredients that may exist only in the fevered imagination of optimistic herbalists who've never met a plant they couldn't turn into medicine. The copying becomes less tedious as understanding grows. You write in handwriting that's become both more confident and more personal over the months, developing characteristics that mark it as distinctly yours, rather than a mere imitation of formal scribal standards. Each recipe copied adds to a growing mental library of treatments, creating connections between theoretical knowledge and practical application that make both more meaningful and memorable. This represents one of the Citadel's fundamental insights. Knowledge absorbed slowly through repetition becomes internalized in ways that mere reading cannot achieve. The physical act of copying forces attention to detail, while allowing the mind to process and connect information at deeper levels than casual study permits. The hand teaches the mind through the disciplined repetition that transforms information into understanding. The afternoon's healing work provides material for more detailed reflection on the differences between theoretical knowledge and practical application. Each patient presented unique challenges that required adapting general principles to specific circumstances, demonstrating how successful healing depends on flexibility and judgment, rather than rigid adherence to textbook procedures. Observe again how patient stories become more elaborate when embarrassment exceeds actual injury, you note, thinking of Benjen's conspiracy theories about treacherous hammers and Willem's accusations of hostile woodgrain patterns. The human need to explain accidents seems to grow in direct proportion to the simplicity of their actual cause, suggesting that people prefer complex narratives to simple acknowledgements of momentary inattention or carelessness. This observation represents a small piece of practical wisdom that medical texts rarely address directly, but which proves essential for effective healing. Understanding the psychological patterns that influence how people describe their injuries helps healers extract useful information from elaborate explanations while providing appropriate reassurance and guidance. The candle flame dances as evening breezes move through your chamber, casting shifting shadows across the pages of your journal, while providing the warm light that makes evening study possible and pleasant. Outside, Old Town sounds gradually shift from the bustle of commerce to the quieter rhythms of evening. Distant laughter from taverns, the splash of oars as late boats return to harbour, and the soft chime of bells marking the passage of time. You pause in your writing to contemplate the day's deeper lessons about the nature of learning and the relationship between knowledge and service. The morning's copying preserved ancient wisdom for future generations, while the afternoon's healing work applied that wisdom to immediate human needs. The combination demonstrates how scholarship and practical service reinforce each other, with theoretical understanding gaining meaning through application and practical work benefiting from systematic knowledge. The work begins to reveal its deeper purpose. You continue writing as night settles, fully over the city, and the sounds outside grow quieter and more distant. Copying is not just preservation, but absorption. Knowledge entering the mind through the hands in ways that pure study cannot achieve. The physical act of reproduction creates a form of understanding that goes beyond mere memorization to encompass genuine comprehension. This insight represents a significant step in your development as both scholar and healer, marking the point where the Citadel's methods begin to make sense not just as institutional requirements, but as carefully designed educational experiences. Understanding why you're doing something makes the work more tolerable and more effective, transforming obligation into engagement. The journal entry expands to include observations about the social dynamics of the healing chambers, noting how different patients respond to treatment and the ways that healers must adapt their approach to accommodate individual personalities and beliefs. Some patients need detailed explanations of their treatment, while others prefer simple reassurance. Some respond well to humour, while others require serious professional demeanour. Healing involves not just treating physical symptoms, but understanding the human beings who experience them, you write, thinking of Septon Marcus and his need to find spiritual meaning in his accident. Effective treatment requires adapting not just remedies, but communication style to match patient needs and expectations, recognizing that psychological comfort often proves as important as medical intervention. The observation reflects growing sophistication in your understanding of healing as a complex interaction between knowledge, skill, and human psychology. The best healers combine technical competence with emotional intelligence, recognizing that successful treatment depends on gaining patient trust and cooperation as much as on applying correct remedies. Before sleep, you review the day's copied recipes one final time, allowing the knowledge to settle into memory through the sort of repetitive exposure that transforms information into instinctive understanding. The treatments for burns, cuts, and bruises that filled your morning's copying now connect to the afternoon's practical applications, creating a web of knowledge that feels both comprehensive and immediately useful. The review process serves multiple educational purposes. Repetition strengthens memory while reflection deepens understanding, and the connection between morning theory and afternoon practice demonstrates the relevance of seemingly abstract knowledge. The cycle of copying, application, and reflection creates a learning pattern that builds competence through multiple channels of reinforcement. Tomorrow will bring new challenges and opportunities. The promised introduction to tincture preparation represents a significant step forward in your practical education, while continued copying work will add new layers to your theoretical foundation. The combination of advancing practical skills with expanding theoretical knowledge exemplifies the Citadel's approach to comprehensive education that produces scholars capable of both understanding and applying their learning. Sleep comes gradually, accompanied by dreams that blend copying and healing into surreal narratives where quills write remedies that heal themselves, and patients explain their injuries in languages composed entirely of botanical terminology and medical Latin. Your mind processes the day's experiences while your body rests, integrating new knowledge with existing understanding in ways that will make tomorrow's work feel slightly more natural and confident. You dream of ancient maesters whose careful hands preserved the knowledge you're now learning, their dedication creating an unbroken chain of wisdom that stretches from the Citadel's founding to your own small contributions and beyond to future generations who will build upon today's learning. In sleep, the weight of this responsibility feels not burdensome but inspiring. You're part of something genuinely important that transcends individual ambition or achievement. The dream expands to encompass the vast network of knowledge preservation and transmission that connects the Citadel to the broader world. Ravens carry messages between distant castles, while maesters in remote locations apply healing techniques learned in Old Town's chambers. The work you're doing contributes to a system that touches lives throughout the Seven Kingdoms, making your daily copying and healing practice part of a larger mission of service and enlightenment. In the deepest part of sleep, you find yourself in an impossible library where all human knowledge coexists in perfect harmony, accessible to anyone willing to invest the time and effort required for genuine understanding. The books speak to each other across centuries and cultures, sharing insights and building upon each other's discoveries in an endless conversation that spans the entire history of human learning. You understand, with the clarity that dreams sometimes provide, that your individual contribution to this vast conversation matters not for its size or immediate impact, but for its authenticity and dedication. Every carefully copied recipe, every properly treated patient, every small insight recorded in your journal adds to the cumulative weight of human understanding that pushes back against ignorance and suffering. The library dream shifts into visions of future healers using knowledge that you've helped preserve, applying remedies that you've copied to treat injuries that haven't yet occurred. The chain of learning extends forward as well as backward, connecting your present work to future achievements that will build upon today's foundation. The thought brings profound satisfaction and a sense of purpose that transcends the daily frustrations of sore hands and difficult patience. Morning approaches with its familiar rhythm of bells and stirring scholars, preparing to draw you back to the practical world of copying, learning, and gradual understanding. But for now, you rest deeply in the satisfaction of work well done and purpose clearly understood, knowing that your contributions, however small in themselves, help ensure that human knowledge will continue to grow and serve those who need it most. The Citadel endures through the dedication of individuals who choose preservation and transmission over immediate gratification, understanding over ignorance, and service over self-interest. In this great work that spans generations and touches countless lives, you play your essential part with growing skill and deepening commitment, contributing to humanity's ongoing conversation with itself about the nature of healing, the value of knowledge, and the importance of caring for one another through both triumph and suffering. Rest comes easily to those whose days are spent in worthy purpose, and tonight you sleep the deep sleep of someone whose work matters, whose learning continues, and whose small place in the vast chain of human understanding is both recognised and celebrated by the ancient stones that shelter your dreams and the timeless mission that gives meaning to your daily efforts. The candles flicker low, the fabric folds neatly, and Caster Berkshire drifts into slumber behind its crimson curtains. If this story eased your mind or made you laugh at a steward panicking over purple dye, feel free to like and subscribe. No rush, my ego's stitched tighter than a Lannister doublet. Until next time, may your dreams be gentle, your hands steady, and your nights wrapped in golden quiet. Imagine you roamed the snow-draped north, where the old gods watch, and every frostbitten step mocks southern lords who think kneeling is a personality trait. Welcome to Whispered Sleep sagas, where starlit tales unravel into dreams. Dim the lights, nestle into your cozier spot, exhale your cares, sink into softness, and let tonight's story, gentler than a hobbit's nap, carry you to sleep's cozy embrace. If this tale lulled you toward dreams, or made you chuckle like a wildling slipping on ice with the grace of a drunken mammoth, give it a like and subscribe. No pressure, my ego's as sturdy as a Westerosi winter, but your support keeps the fire lit stories burning. The north stretches endlessly beyond the wall, a frozen hymn to defiance carved from ice and stubbornness. Here, where the old gods still whisper through ancient weirwoods, and the wind carries stories older than the Seven Kingdoms' petty squabbles, the free folk have made their home. They call themselves free for good reason. No lord's banner flies over their camps, no knight's sword demands their knees bend, and no southern fool's notion of honour dictates how they survive another brutal winter. You wake to the frost-kissed dawn, snow-whispering secrets against the elk-hide walls of your shelter. The air bites at your lungs with the enthusiasm of a stark pronouncement, sharp and unforgiving, yet somehow familiar as an old friend's insult. Your breath fogs in the dim morning light, creating small clouds that drift lazily upward, like the prayers of desperate septons, though you suspect the old gods are far too busy keeping the trees from freezing solid to listen to your morning complaints about the cold. The clan's fire pit crackles in the distance, its smoke threading through the settlement like a grey ribbon binding your people together. The free folk understand fire differently than southerners. It's not just warmth or light, it's survival incarnate. The difference between waking up tomorrow and becoming another cautionary tale whispered around future flames. Every log that burns is a small victory against the North's endless appetite for freezing its inhabitants into ice statues with poor posture and worse attitudes. Grenna Frostborn, your clan's chief, emerges from her tent with the measured grace of someone who's survived 40 winters by being tougher than the ice that tried to claim her. Her hair, streaked silver and brown like the bark of ancient weirwoods, hangs in intricate braids adorned with small bones and iron rings, each one a story, a victory, or a reminder of someone who didn't make it through last winter's particularly vindictive mood. She surveys the camp with eyes pale as frozen lakes, taking inventory of her people with the calculating precision of a trader counting coins, except her currency is measured in heartbeats and the stubborn refusal to die. "Another day the wall hasn't crushed us," she announces to no one in particular, her voice carrying the dry humour that keeps wildlings sane when sanity itself seems like a luxury they can't afford. "I consider that a personal victory over whatever southern lord thinks he owns this frozen wasteland." You stretch, feeling your joints protest with the enthusiasm of a septon discovering wine isn't just for ceremonies. The elk hide beneath you has moulded itself to your body overnight, creating a surprisingly comfortable nest that makes leaving it feel like abandoning a loyal friend. But the clan's rhythm calls, and the free folk have survived this long by understanding that comfort is earned through work, not wished into existence by lazy bones and wishful thinking. The morning air carries the scent of pine smoke, cured meat, and the indefinable smell of snow that's been contemplating becoming ice, but hasn't quite committed to the transformation. It's a clean smell, sharp and honest, unlike the perfumed airs of southern courts that hide decay beneath layers of rosewater and political manoeuvring. Here, what you smell is what you get, usually cold, occasionally wet, and always authentic in its determination to freeze your nostrils shut. Your spear leans against the shelter's frame, its bronze point gleaming with the dull shine of metal that's seen honest work, rather than ceremonial polish. The free folk craft their weapons with the understanding that pretty things don't keep you alive. Functional things do. This spear has taken down rabbits, helped negotiate with particularly stubborn traders, and served as a walking stick through countless miles of snow that seem personally offended by your attempts to walk through it with dignity and tact. The settlement awakens around you with the gradual efficiency of a clan that's learned to coordinate survival without formal meetings or flowery speeches. Children emerge from shelters like small, bundled explosions of energy, their laughter cutting through the morning cold with the fearlessness of youth that hasn't yet learned to properly respect the North's capacity for creative forms of freezing. They chase each other between the tents, their feet crunching through snow with the musical rhythm of a percussion section that's enthusiastic but slightly offbeat. Torren Icebeard, the clan's best tracker, stretches beside his shelter with joints that crack like kindling. His beard, magnificent and frosted white despite his relatively young age, makes him look like a wise man until he opens his mouth and reveals the cheerful pragmatism of someone who tracks animals for a living and finds their predictability refreshing compared to human behaviour. He catches your eye and grins, his teeth white against the backdrop of facial hair that could house a small family of birds if they weren't too sensible to live in the north voluntarily. "Sleep well?" he calls out, though his tone suggests he already knows the answer involves at least 3 position changes, 2 moments of wondering if that sound was wind or something with teeth, and 1 philosophical contemplation of why anyone chooses to live where the air hurts your face just by existing. You nod, rising to your feet with the careful dignity of someone whose body has opinions about sleeping on frozen ground, regardless of how many hides and furs attempt to mediate the relationship between flesh and frost. The morning routine of the free folk begins not with ceremony or prayer, but with the practical acknowledgement that another day requires fuel, warmth, and enough productivity to justify continuing this elaborate dance with survival. The clan's hunters gather around the fire pit, sharing heated stones wrapped in cloth to warm their hands before gripping weapons that will become extensions of their will for the day's hunt. Their conversation flows with the easy rhythm of people who've learned to find humour in hardship, sarcasm in suffering, and camaraderie in the shared understanding that complaining about the cold is less effective than dressing for it, and getting on with the business of not freezing to death. Mara Swift Arrow, whose aim with a bow makes even the cockiest rangers look like children throwing stones at imaginary targets, holds court near the flames with a story about yesterday's near miss, with a particularly intelligent rabbit that seemed to understand tactical retreats better than most southern knights. Her gestures paint pictures in the air, her hands describing the rabbit's escape route with the precision of a battlefield commander, explaining strategic withdrawals to troops who'd rather hear about victories but need to understand why sometimes running away is the smartest thing you can do. Cunning little beast, she concludes, shaking her head with genuine respect. Probably descended from the first rabbits who decided kneeling to carrots was beneath their dignity, and headed north to live free or become someone's dinner on their own terms. The laughter that follows is warm despite the morning cold, the kind of humour that transforms hardship into shared experience rather than individual suffering. This is how the free folk survive, not just through individual strength or cunning, but through the collective decision to find something worth laughing about, even when the alternative is freezing solid with expressions of grim determination that wouldn't impress anyone except the ravens looking for interesting places to perch. You join the hunter's circle, feeling the fire's warmth seep through your furs with the grateful relief of ice, finally admitting it might consider melting if approached with sufficient patience and kindling. The flames dance with hypnotic irregularity, each flickering a small rebellion against the morning's attempts to freeze everything solid just to prove a point about who really runs this corner of the world. Grenna approaches the group with the measured stride of leadership that's earned rather than inherited, her boots crunching through snow with the authority of someone who's guided her people through enough winters to know that confidence isn't about pretending the cold doesn't exist. It's about respecting it, while refusing to let it dictate your life's terms. She carries a bundle of rabbit pelts, their fur still thick and glossy, despite having been recently separated from their original owners through the application of patient hunting and accurate aim. Today's trading expedition to the Then settlement, she announces, her voice carrying across the camp with the clarity of someone who's learned that important information delivered quietly tends to get lost in the wind, and lost information in the north tends to result in consequences more permanent than embarrassment. Torrin, Mara and Kale will accompany me. The rest of you, maintain the camp and keep the fires burning. The old gods help anyone who lets our flame die while we're gone. They'll answer to me, and I'm significantly less forgiving than ancient tree spirits with their priorities straight. The mention of the Then people brings a collective shift in the group's mood, not fear exactly, but the heightened attention of wildlings preparing to deal with other wildlings who have opinions about bronze working, territorial boundaries, and the proper way to conduct negotiations that don't end with everyone involved regretting their life choices. The Then are known for their skill with metal, their rigid adherence to their own cultural traditions, and their capacity to drive hard bargains with the enthusiasm of traders who know their products are worth the premium they charge for them. You check your gear with the methodical precision of someone who's learned that forgotten equipment in the north tends to result in stories that end with phrases like, "and they never found the body," or which explains why we don't go there anymore. Your hunting knife sits snug in its sheath, the blade sharp enough to split hairs if hares were foolish enough to volunteer for the demonstration. Your pack holds dried meat, hardtack that could probably survive the next ice age, and a small collection of trade goods, carved bone needles, a particularly nice piece of amber, and 3 arrowheads napped from obsidian that gleams black as a raven's opinion of southern politics. The journey to the Then settlement leads through a landscape that showcases the North's commitment to making travel an exercise in character development rather than leisurely sightseeing. Snow-covered hills roll away in all directions like a frozen sea that got tired of moving and decided to take a nap that's lasted several thousand years. Ancient pines stand sentinel along the ridgelines, their branches heavy with snow that transforms them into massive white sculptures, celebrating the artistic possibilities of winter when it applies itself with genuine creative intent. The path, such as it is, winds between stands of ghostly birch trees whose bark provides the only contrast in a world painted almost entirely in shades of white, grey, and the occasional flash of evergreen that serves as a reminder that colour hasn't been completely banned from this corner of the world, just regulated to the point where it appears primarily on special occasions, or when the sun hits the snow at exactly the right angle to create sparkles that hurt your eyes with their aggressive beauty. Torrin leads the group with the steady confidence of someone who reads the landscape like a familiar book, noting the subtle signs that indicate safe passage versus the more dramatic signs that indicate places where previous travellers made poor decisions and contributed to the local wildlife's understanding of dietary variety. His eyes scan constantly, reading tracks in the snow, interpreting the behaviour of distant birds, and noting the way the wind carries scents that tell stories about what's been moving through this area recently, and whether any of it might object to the presence of wildlings conducting legitimate business in what the creatures probably consider their private territory. "Then smoke! 2 valleys over," he reports, pointing toward a thin column of grey that rises straight up before the wind catches it and spreads it across the sky like a message written in a language only other wildlings understand. They're home, and from the smell they're working bronze. Good timing for trade, less good for breathing if we stay downwind too long. The group adjusts their route accordingly, navigating around the worst of the metalworking fumes while maintaining the careful balance between showing respect for Then territory and projecting the quiet confidence that says they're here for legitimate business, rather than the kind of casual raiding that gives all wildlings a reputation for unpredictability and poor manners. The free folk understand that survival north of the wall depends not just on individual strength, but on maintaining the complex web of relationships between clans that allows trade, cooperation, and the occasional shared celebration of making it through another winter, without dying of exposure or stupidity. As you crest the final ridge before the Then settlement, the view opens onto a scene that demonstrates why the Then have earned their reputation as the most organised wildlings this side of the wall, which is admittedly a low bar but one they clear with impressive efficiency. Their shelters are arranged in orderly rows rather than the organic clustering favoured by most free folk, each structure precisely positioned to maximise wind protection while maintaining clear sight lines to potential approach routes that might be used by visitors with less than friendly intentions. The settlement's centre features the bronze-working forge that produces the smoke Torrin detected, its flames bright enough to be seen from significant distances and hot enough to make the surrounding air shimmer with heat distortion that creates the illusion of summer despite the snow that covers everything beyond the forge's immediate vicinity. Then smiths move around the fire with the practiced efficiency of craftsmen who understand that bronze doesn't forge itself, and customers don't wait forever for products they need to survive another season, in a landscape that considers customer service a foreign concept. Magna Styre Ironhand, the Then leader, emerges from the largest shelter with the measured dignity of someone who rules through competence rather than inherited authority, his bronze-adorned leather armour catching the firelight in ways that suggest both practical protection and ceremonial significance. The Then don't separate their practical and spiritual lives the way Southerners do. For them, well-crafted bronze is both tool and art, protection and prayer, the physical manifestation of their ancestors' knowledge passed down through generations who understood that survival requires more than courage and luck. It requires skill applied with religious dedication to excellence. "Grenna Frostborn," he calls out, his voice carrying the formal courtesy that Then uses for serious negotiations, respectful but not subservient, acknowledging equality between leaders who've each proven their worth through the successful guidance of their people, through circumstances that regularly kill less competent chiefs. "Your timing honours us. The forges burn bright, and our craftsmen's hands are steady." Grenna approaches with the measured stride of someone engaging in diplomatic theatre that serves important functions even when everyone involved understands the underlying practical realities. Wildling negotiations follow patterns established over generations, rituals that demonstrate respect without submission, interest without desperation, and the mutual understanding that good trade relationships require both parties to feel they've gotten fair value from the exchange. "Magna Steer," she responds, using his title with a precise pronunciation that shows she's taken the trouble to learn proper, then customs, rather than assuming all wildlings conduct business the same way, which would be roughly equivalent to expecting all Southerners to behave like Dornish, just because they live south of some arbitrary line drawn by people with more authority than geographical sense. "We bring rabbit pelts, obsidian points, and carved bone needles. Our crafter's work speaks for itself." When the formal opening is completed, the real negotiation begins with the slow, careful dance of traders, who understand that rushed business tends to result in misunderstandings that can sour relationships between clans for generations. The Thenn examine each item with the thoroughness of people who've learned that quality varies significantly between different wildling crafters, and reputation alone doesn't guarantee that this batch of goods meets the standards they've established for items they'll trade their precious bronze to acquire. You watch the process with the fascination of someone learning the subtle arts of interclan diplomacy, noting how Grenna displays each item to best advantage while avoiding any suggestion that she's overselling inferior goods, how Styr examines the workmanship with obvious expertise while maintaining the polite expression that doesn't reveal his evaluation until he's ready to make an offer, and how both leaders manage to project respectful interest while clearly calculating the relative values they place on different items in ways that would make southern merchants proud if they weren't too busy counting coins to appreciate the artistic elements of proper bargaining. The rabbit pelts draw particular attention from the Thenn traders, their hands running over the fur with the practiced touch of people who know good pelts from adequate ones, who can feel the difference between animals that lived well and those that struggled, between careful preservation and hasty processing, that leaves flaws only experts notice until they try to work with materials that seemed fine during initial inspection, but reveal their shortcomings when subjected to the strew. Quality work, admits Jorek Bronzearm, the chief trader, his voice carrying the grudging respect of someone who's seen enough poor pelts to appreciate superior ones when they appear. His fingers trace the uniform thickness of the fur, the clean cuts that separate hide from flesh, the absence of nicks or tears that would reduce the pelt's value for the Thenn's intended purposes. Your hunters understand patience. The compliment carries more weight than similar praise would in southern markets, where flattery flows as freely as wine and means about as much as yesterday's weather reports. Among wildlings, acknowledging skill is a serious matter, recognition that reflects not just on the individual craftsman, but on the clan's training, standards, and commitment to excellence that extends beyond simple survival into the realm of pride in work well done. Torren accepts the praise with the modest nod of someone who knows his skills are worthy of recognition, but doesn't need external validation to confirm what he already understands about his own capabilities. The free folk teach their children that competence speaks louder than boasting, that reputation is built through consistent quality rather than clever marketing, and that the best advertisement for your skills is work that makes other crafters study your techniques to understand how you achieve results they struggle to match. The obsidian arrowheads create their own stir of interest among the Thenn warriors, who understand sharp edges with the professional appreciation of people whose lives regularly depend on the quality of their cutting implements. The volcanic glass gleams with the black mirror finish that makes obsidian legendary among those who value sharpness over durability, knowing that while bronze might last longer, obsidian cuts cleaner than anything short of Valyrian steel, which exists primarily in legends and the collections of southern lords who use ancient blades to spread butter on their morning bread, because they've never faced anything more dangerous than a disapproving look from their wives. Excellent napping, observes Thessa Keenage, the Thenn's master fletcher, her expert eye noting the precise pressure flaking that creates edges sharp enough to split hairs, if hairs were cooperative enough to hold still for the demonstration. Each arrowhead shows the careful work of someone who understands that hunting and warfare require projectiles that perform exactly as expected, that shoddy craftsmanship in weapons tends to result in consequences more permanent than professional embarrassment. The negotiation continues with the stately progress of a formal dance, where both partners know the steps, but must execute them with sufficient style to maintain their dignity while achieving their objectives. Prices are quoted, counteroffers made, alternative packages suggested, and additional items brought forward for consideration, as both sides work toward the mutually satisfactory conclusion that allows everyone to feel they've conducted honourable business with partners they can trust for future transactions. The final agreement sees the free folk trading their goods for bronze spear points, knife blades, and needle awls that will serve their clan through the coming seasons. Tools crafted with the Thenn's legendary skill at working metal that transforms raw ore into implements of legendary sharpness and durability. The exchange represents more than simple commerce. It's the continuation of relationships that bind wildling clans together in the informal networks that make survival possible in a land where cooperation often means the difference between thriving and becoming cautionary tales told around other clans' fires. As the formal trading concludes, Styr gestures toward the forge where his smiths work with the focused intensity of craftsmen who understand that bronze working requires precise timing, careful temperature control, and attention to detail that separates excellent tools from expensive mistakes. The invitation to observe their work carries the significance of professional respect, acknowledgement that the free folk represent worthy trading partners, deserving of insights into the processes that create the goods they've just acquired. You approach the forge with the careful respect of someone who understands that metalworking involves temperatures hot enough to cause serious injury to casual observers who don't maintain appropriate awareness of their surroundings. The heat radiates outward in waves that make the air shimmer and dance, creating patterns of distortion that transform the familiar world into something dreamlike and strange, as if the act of working bronze opens doorways into realms where different physical laws apply to the relationship between fire, metal, and human will. The chief smith, a weathered woman whose arms show the burn scars that serve as testimony to decades of wrestling molten metal into useful shapes, works with the confident rhythm of someone whose hands know their business well enough that conscious thought becomes unnecessary. Her hammer rises and falls with metronomic precision, each strike calculated to move the cooling bronze exactly where it needs to go, shaping the formless into the functional through the application of skill, strength, and timing that represents the accumulated knowledge of generations of smiths who learned their craft through trial, error, and the occasional spectacular failure that taught lessons too expensive to forget. Bronze work requires patience, she explains, her voice carrying over the hammer's rhythm without losing its conversational tone. The words of someone who's taught apprentices to understand that metalworking is as much about philosophy as technique, that good tools emerge from the marriage of practical skill and proper attitude toward the materials being shaped. Rush the process, and the metal remembers. Take your time, and it rewards patience with strength. The lesson carries implications beyond smithing, reflecting the broader wildling understanding that survival north of the wall requires the same careful balance between urgency and patience, the knowledge of when to act quickly and when to take the time necessary to do things properly. The North doesn't forgive shortcuts or reward haste that leads to inferior results, but it respects thoroughness and competence that produces tools, relationships, and decisions capable of enduring the harsh testing that defines life beyond the wall's protective shadow. The bronze spear point emerging from the forge glows with the dull red heat of metal that's reached the perfect temperature for final shaping, hot enough to move under the hammer's persuasion but cool enough to hold the form being imposed upon it. The smith's strikes become more precise as the metal's temperature drops, each blow carefully placed to refine the point's geometry, ensure the tang's proper proportions, and create the subtle ridges that will strengthen the finished product against the stresses of actual use. You watch with the fascination of someone witnessing the transformation of raw materials into finished tools through the application of knowledge that seems almost magical to those who haven't learned the precise sequences of heating, hammering, and cooling that turn lumps of bronze into implements capable of taking life or preserving it, depending on the wielder's intentions and circumstances. The process represents one of humanity's oldest partnerships with the elements, the taming of fire to transform Earth into extensions of human will and capability. The finished spear point emerges from its final cooling, with a dull gleam of properly worked bronze, its surface showing the fine texture that indicates excellent craftsmanship and promises reliable performance under the demanding conditions that define wildling life. The smith examines her work with the critical eye of someone whose reputation depends on consistent quality, checking the point's balance, testing the tang's fit, and running expert fingers along the edges to ensure they meet the exacting standards that separate. Then, metalwork from the inferior products, created by smiths who understand the basics, but lack the refined skills that produce truly exceptional tools. Good bronze remembers good work, she says, offering the spear point for inspection, with the pride of someone who knows her craft well enough to guarantee the quality of her products. The metal feels substantial in your hands, heavier than stone or obsidian, but balanced in ways that suggest this weight serves a purpose, that the additional mass will drive deeper into targets while maintaining the precision necessary for accurate throws or thrusts. The afternoon light filters through the settlement as the trading party prepares for the return journey. Packs loaded with bronze tools that represent not just successful commerce, but the continuation of relationships that bind wildling clans together, in networks of mutual support that make survival possible in a landscape where individual strength alone isn't sufficient to overcome the challenges that regularly arise. The Then settlement bustles with the quiet efficiency of people conducting their daily business, with the understanding that each task completed properly contributes to the clan's collective success in ways that might not be immediately obvious, but accumulate over time into the difference between thriving and merely surviving. The return journey takes a different route, following Torrhen's guidance along paths that offer new views of familiar territory, while avoiding the areas where recent weather has created conditions unsuitable for travellers carrying valuable cargo who can't afford the delays that would result from getting stuck in snowdrifts or discovering that what looked like solid ground was actually a thin crust over swampy ground that hasn't frozen solid, despite the surface appearances that suggest otherwise. The landscape reveals its subtle moods as afternoon shadows begin their gradual lengthening, transforming the stark white expanses of morning into a canvas painted with blues and purples that shift and deepen as the sun's angle changes. Snow-covered branches catch the light and throw it back in brief flashes that sparkle like scattered stars, creating moments of unexpected beauty in a world that often seems more concerned with survival than aesthetics, but occasionally reveals its capacity for scenes that make even practical wildlings pause to appreciate the artistry hidden within nature's harsh practicality. The path winds through a grove of ancient weirwoods whose bone-pale trunks rise like pillars supporting the sky, their red leaves rustling with whispers that might be wind, or might be the voices of old gods commenting on the passage of mortals who hurry through sacred spaces without taking time to listen properly to wisdom that predates human civilization by eons. The carved faces in the bark watch your passage with expressions that seem to shift between benevolent interest and amused tolerance, as if the ancient spirits find wildling concerns both important and slightly ridiculous, when measured against the longer rhythms that govern the turning of seasons and the slow dance of ice ages that reshape continents with the patience of entities that measure time in millennia rather than heartbeats. Grenna pauses beneath the largest weirwood, its trunk so massive that 5 people holding hands couldn't encircle its circumference, its canopy spreading wide enough to shelter a small settlement beneath branches that have witnessed the rise and fall of countless human generations. She places her palm against the bark with the reverent gesture of someone acknowledging powers older and more permanent than clan politics or trading agreements, forces that dwarf human ambitions while somehow still caring about the daily struggles of mortals who live and die in moments too brief for trees to properly notice. "The old gods watch," she murmurs, her voice carrying the tone of someone stating fact rather than expressing hope, acknowledging the presence of something beyond human understanding, while drawing comfort from the continuity it represents. The free folk understand their place in cycles larger than individual lives or clan histories, finding strength in the knowledge that they participate in patterns that have endured since the dawn of human memory and will continue long after current concerns become forgotten, stories told around fires that haven't been lit yet. The moment of reverence passes, and the journey continues with the steady rhythm of people who understand that respect for the divine doesn't exempt them from the practical requirements of getting home, before full darkness makes travel more dangerous than necessary. The wilderness holds different threats after sunset, not just the obvious dangers of twisted ankles and wrong turns, but the subtler perils of cold that grows more aggressive in darkness, wind that carries sounds from sources better left unidentified, and the psychological challenges of travelling through terrain that looks different under starlight than it does during the reassuring clarity of daylight. The clan's fires appear in the distance like warm stars fallen to earth, their light creating a beacon that draws weary travellers toward the promise of hot food, shared warmth, and the comfortable companionship of people who understand that successful days end with stories told around flames that push back the darkness while creating the intimate circles where individual experiences become collective memory. The settlement's familiar sounds drift across the snow, voices raised in conversation, children's laughter, the crackling of logs feeding fires that represent more than mere combustion. They symbolise the continuation of human community in defiance of a landscape that regularly demonstrates its indifference to mortal comfort and convenience. The trading party's return generates the low-level excitement that accompanies successful ventures in communities, where each clan member's contributions affect everyone's welfare. The bronze tools are examined and admired with the appreciation of people who understand quality craftsmanship and recognise how superior equipment improves their chances of thriving, rather than merely surviving the challenges that define wildling existence. The new spear points will arm hunters whose success feeds the clan. The knife blades will serve crafters whose work creates trade goods for future exchanges, and the needle awls will help maintain the clothing and shelter that keeps everyone warm through the long nights when survival depends on preparation completed during the brief periods when conditions allow productive work. Evening settles over the camp with a gradual dimming that transforms day into night through subtle stages that offer multiple opportunities for observers to note the changing quality of light, the shifting patterns of shadow, and the emergence of stars that appear one by one until the sky fills with points of light that have guided travellers and inspired storytellers since humans first looked up and wondered about the meaning of distant fires that never seem to need feeding yet never burn out. The northern sky shows constellations familiar to wildling navigators who learned their positions from elders who learned them from previous generations in an unbroken chain of knowledge that predates written records and probably predates the wall itself. The central fire pit becomes the evening's gathering place, its flames reaching upward with the eager hunger of well-fed combustion, while casting dancing shadows that transform familiar faces into mysterious strangers and back again as the light shifts and flickers. The free folk arrange themselves in the loose circle that naturally forms around sources of warmth and light, each person finding the position that offers optimal heat reception, while maintaining comfortable social distance and clear sight lines to speakers whose voices will carry the evening's entertainment, education, and gentle philosophy that helps transform the day's experiences into the shared understanding that binds communities together through common stories and collective wisdom. Mara produces a small harp carved from driftwood, its strings fashioned from sinew, that creates music with the pure, clear tones that come from materials that once lived rather than manufactured components that never knew life. Her fingers find the strings with the confidence of someone who learned music not as formal education, but as natural expression, the way birds learn singing or wind learns to whisper through trees. The melody that emerges carries the haunting beauty that characterizes wildling music, simple in structure but complex in emotional resonance, tunes that speak to something deeper than entertainment and connect listeners to feelings and memories that transcend individual experience. The song tells of seasons changing, of hunters returning, of fires that burn through long nights while snow accumulates outside shelters that protect sleeping families from cold that would kill the unprepared. The lyrics, when they come, speak in the ancient tongue that preserves words and phrases older than any southern language, syllables that carry the weight of centuries and the accumulated wisdom of generations who face the same challenges with the same stubborn determination to survive and thrive despite circumstances that regularly test human endurance and ingenuity. Children drowse against their parents' sides, lulled by music that connects them to traditions stretching back to the first men who made their pacts with the old gods, and learn to live in harmony with forces that could destroy them or bless them, depending on the respect shown and wisdom demonstrated. The little ones will carry these melodies forward into their own adult lives, teaching them to children not yet born, who will face their own versions of the eternal challenges that define existence north of the wall, adding their own experiences to songs that grow richer and more meaningful with each generation that adds its voice to the continuing story. The fire burns lower as the evening progresses, its flames settling into the steady glow that provides warmth without the dramatic dancing that characterized its earlier enthusiasm. Conversations become softer, more intimate, as people share thoughts that emerge in the comfortable darkness where harsh daylight can't expose vulnerabilities or judge the emotions that surface when defences relax and hearts open to the possibility of connection that transcends the practical necessities that dominate daily life. Torrin speaks of tracks he's noticed at the territory's edges, signs that suggest other clans are moving in response to changing conditions that might be weather-related or might indicate shifts in the complex relationships between wildling groups who share the vast spaces beyond the wall. His observations carry the calm professionalism of someone reporting facts rather than expressing concerns, though the implications aren't lost on listeners who understand that information about neighbouring clans' movements requires careful interpretation and appropriate responses that balance caution with the maintenance of relationships that benefit everyone involved. 3 days' travel northeast, mammoth tracks heading south, he reports, his voice carrying across the circle with the clarity of someone accustomed to delivering information that others need to hear accurately. Old Bull Hrothgar's clan, most likely. They're early for their usual winter migration, which suggests either good hunting that's pulling them forward, or poor conditions that are pushing them away from their normal ranges. The assessment generates thoughtful nods from clan members who understand the implications of neighbouring groups' movements for their own security, hunting territories, and trading opportunities. Wildling clans exist in careful balance with each other, maintaining territories through tradition and negotiation rather than formal boundaries, respecting each other's needs while protecting their own interests in ways that require constant attention to changing circumstances and diplomatic sensitivity that prevents minor disputes from escalating into conflicts that would weaken everyone involved. Grenna absorbs the information with the measured consideration of someone who must balance immediate clan needs against longer-term strategic concerns, weighing the benefits of reaching out to establish contact with Hrothgar's people against the risks of appearing either aggressive or desperate. The Free Folk understand that successful leadership requires making decisions based on incomplete information while maintaining the flexibility to adapt when circumstances change or additional intelligence becomes available through sources that might not reveal themselves immediately. We'll monitor their progress, she decides, her tone carrying the authority of someone whose judgment has been tested through previous challenges and proven reliable enough to earn continued trust from clan members whose lives depend on the quality of their leader's decision-making process. If they settle within reasonable distance, we'll extend proper greetings and explore opportunities for mutual benefit. If they continue south, we'll respect their journey and maintain our current territories without interference or provocation. The decision reflects the complex calculations that guide wildling diplomacy, where every interaction between clans carries implications for future relationships, territorial agreements, and the delicate balance of cooperation and competition that allows multiple groups to share the same vast but resource-limited region. The Free Folk have learned that survival requires both individual strength and collective wisdom, the ability to stand alone when necessary while maintaining the relationships that provide support during the inevitable crises that arise when humans attempt to thrive in environments that regularly test the limits of adaptability and endurance. The evening's entertainment shifts toward storytelling as the fire settles into its most comfortable burning rhythm, flames providing steady light while crackling with the irregular musical percussion that accompanies the best narrative sessions. Elder Shell, whose memory holds 3 generations of clan history, and whose voice carries the practiced cadence of someone who learned the storyteller's art through decades of practice, begins the tale of Bran the Clever, a legendary wildling hero whose adventures illustrate the values and wisdom that guide free folk through the moral complexities of survival beyond the wall. Long before your grandparents learned to walk on ice without falling like drunken ravens, Jell begins, his voice settling into the rhythmic cadence that transforms ordinary speech into something approaching incantation, words that carry listeners away from the immediate concerns and into the timeless realm where stories live and breathe with their own mysterious life, there lived a wildling whose wits were sharper than obsidian, and whose tongue could convince a mammoth to kneel politely while he braided its fur into decorative patterns that would make southern ladies weep with envy. The tale unfolds with the measured pace of a master storyteller who understands that the best narratives develop like slow-burning fires, building heat gradually until listeners find themselves completely absorbed in events that happened generations ago, but somehow feel more immediate and relevant than yesterday's mundane concerns. Bran the Clever emerges as a figure who embodies wildling ideals, not through supernatural strength or magical powers, but through intelligence applied with creativity, humour used as a weapon against despair, and the stubborn refusal to accept that difficult problems don't have solutions if approached with sufficient ingenuity and patience. The hero's first adventure involves outwitting a giant who demands tribute from passing travellers, not through violence or trickery that causes harm, but through a clever bargain that leaves both parties satisfied and establishes a relationship beneficial to future wildlings who need safe passage through the giant's territory. The story demonstrates the free folk understanding that strength comes in many forms, that the strongest victory is one that creates friends rather than enemies, and that intelligence properly applied can achieve results that brute force alone never accomplishes. Bran approached the giant with empty hands and a full smile, Xiel continues, his voice painting pictures in the listeners' minds while his gestures add emphasis to crucial moments in the narrative. And he said, "Friend giant, I see you're lonely up here on this mountainside with nothing but rocks and wind for company. How about I tell you 3 stories in exchange for safe passage? And if my tales please you, you can share them with other travellers who pass this way, spreading entertainment across the north like seeds of laughter that bloom in the most unexpected places." The bargain succeeds because Bran understands that giants, despite their fearsome reputation, suffer from the same loneliness that affects all intelligent creatures forced to live in isolation. His stories provide not just temporary entertainment, but lasting gifts that the giant can share with others, transforming a solitary guardian into a welcomed storyteller whose mountain becomes a destination rather than an obstacle. The tale within the tale demonstrates how generosity creates abundance, how sharing knowledge multiplies its value, and how the best solutions to seemingly intractable problems often involve recognizing humanity in apparent enemies. Children listen with the rapt attention that children reserve for stories that speak to something deeper than surface entertainment, their eyes reflecting firelight while their imaginations transform the familiar camp into the legendary landscapes where heroes face challenges that test character more than strength. The adults follow the narrative with equal engagement, finding in Bran's adventures the reflection of principles they apply in their own daily struggles with survival, diplomacy, and the maintenance of dignity in circumstances that regularly threaten to reduce life to a simple question of endurance versus surrender. The second tale within Xiel's performance describes Bran's encounter with a clan of wildlings who've forgotten how to laugh, their lives consumed by grim determination that has gradually leached joy from their existence until they've become efficient survivors, but poor examples of what makes life worth living. The hero's solution doesn't involve dramatic gestures or magical transformations, but rather the patient application of gentle humour that slowly reminds the joyless clan of what they've lost, and how they might reclaim it without abandoning the practical skills that keep them alive. Bran spent 3 days with the sorrowful clan, Xiel relates, his voice carrying undertones of sadness that mirror the clan's condition while maintaining the storyteller's detachment that allows listeners to experience emotions without being overwhelmed by them. And each day he found small reasons to smile, the way morning light made icicles look like crystal jewellery, the dignified waddle of a ptarmigan pretending it wasn't afraid of humans, the absolutely serious expression on a child's face while she explained why snow was obviously white because any other colour would be impractical for its intended purposes. The hero's gentle persistence gradually awakens the clan's dormant sense of humour, not through forced joviality or artificial entertainment, but through the simple act of noticing absurdities and small beauties that surround everyone but require conscious attention to appreciate. His gift to the sorrowful clan is the return of perspective that transforms daily hardships, from overwhelming burdens into challenges that can be met with grace, determination, and occasional laughter that makes endurance possible rather than merely inevitable. The story resonates through the listening circle with the quiet power of truths disguised as entertainment, lessons that sink into consciousness without triggering the defensive reactions that direct advice often provokes. Wildling children absorb the understanding that survival requires more than physical toughness, that maintaining humanity amid harsh circumstances is both challenge and responsibility, and that the best warriors are those who fight not just for life, but for the qualities that make life worth preserving. Chell's voice weaves through the third adventure with the confident rhythm of someone approaching a story's climax, building tension while maintaining the soothing cadence that characterizes the best bedtime narratives. Bran faces his greatest challenge in the form of an ancient curse that has trapped an entire valley in perpetual winter. Not the natural winter that wildlings understand and respect, but a magical cold that kills hope along with living things, creating a wasteland where nothing grows and nothing thrives except despair. The hero's approach to breaking the curse reflects wildling wisdom about the relationship between practical action and spiritual understanding. Bran doesn't seek magical weapons or arcane knowledge, but rather applies the patient observation that reveals the curse's true nature. Not a spell cast by malevolent forces, but the accumulated weight of generations of despair that has gradually convinced the land itself that growth and warmth are impossible. His solution involves not dramatic confrontation, but persistent cultivation of hope through small acts of creation that gradually convince the valley that life remains possible. Bran planted a single seed, Chell whispers, his voice barely audible above the fire's gentle crackling, drawing listeners closer to catch words that seem to emerge from the flames themselves. Not because he believed it would grow in cursed ground, but because the act of planting is itself a prayer to the future, a statement of faith that tomorrow might be different from today if someone takes responsibility for creating the conditions that allow change to occur. The seed's eventual sprouting doesn't happen through magical intervention, but through the gradual accumulation of hope that Bran's presence brings to the valley. His refusal to accept despair as inevitable, slowly convincing the land that growth remains possible if someone believes strongly enough to provide the care and attention that life requires. The curse breaks not in a dramatic moment of transformation, but through the gentle process of renewal that turns winter into spring one bud at a time, one day of slightly increased warmth following another until the valley remembers what it means to sustain life, rather than merely endure existence. The tale concludes with Bran's departure from the restored valley, not as a conquering hero receiving rewards and accolades, but as a simple traveller continuing his journey with the quiet satisfaction of someone who has done good work without expectation of recognition or permanent gratitude. His legacy lives not in monuments or songs of praise, but in the valley's continued flourishing, and the example his actions provide for others who face seemingly impossible challenges with nothing but determination, creativity, and the stubborn refusal to accept that problems don't have solutions if approached with sufficient patience and intelligence. And that, Chell concludes, his voice returning to its normal conversational tone as the story's spell gradually releases its hold on the listener's imaginations, is why the free folk remember Bran the Clever not as a warrior or a king, but as a reminder that the greatest strength lies not in the arm that wields the sword, but in the mind that finds ways to avoid needing swords in the first place, and the heart that refuses to believe that kindness is weakness or that hope is foolishness, in a world that regularly tests both qualities with circumstances designed to break spirits along with bodies. The story's end brings the gentle stirring that marks the transition from narrative absorption back to immediate awareness of fire, warmth, familiar faces, and the comfortable weight of furs that remind listeners of their own good fortune in belonging to a clan that provides both physical security and the emotional sustenance that comes from sharing stories that connect individual lives to larger meanings and purposes. The fire burns lower as the evening progresses toward its natural conclusion, flames settling into the steady glow that provides warmth without dramatic display, heat that will last through the night for those who tend it properly while others sleep. The storytelling gives way to quieter conversations, personal exchanges between friends and family members who use the intimacy created by shared narrative experience to discuss concerns, hopes, and observations that require the special privacy tea. You find yourself drawn into conversation with Dalla Gentlehands, the clan's most skilled healer, whose knowledge of northern plants and their medicinal properties makes her invaluable during the frequent minor injuries and occasional serious illnesses that affect people living in close contact with a landscape that regularly provides opportunities for cuts, bruises, frostbite, and the various ailments that arise when humans attempt to thrive in environments that didn't evolve with human comfort as a primary consideration. The winter herbs grow stronger this season, she observes, her voice carrying the quiet satisfaction of someone whose professional expertise allows her to read signs in the natural world that others miss entirely, patterns that reveal information crucial to the clan's health and survival, but visible only to those who've learned to observe with the trained eye that separates expert knowledge from casual observation. The frost sage especially, its leaves hold more concentrated healing essence than I've seen in several years, which suggests the old gods are preparing the land for challenges that will require stronger medicine than usual. Her assessment carries implications that extend beyond simple herbal potency, touching on the complex relationships between weather patterns, plant growth cycles, and the mysterious forces that govern the delicate balance between human needs and natural abundance. The free folk understand that survival requires reading the land's moods and adapting to changes that might not be immediately obvious, but reveal themselves to those who pay attention to subtle indicators that predict future conditions and opportunities. The healer's knowledge represents one of the most crucial skills that separate successful wildling clans from those that gradually weaken and disappear into the North's unforgiving embrace. Her ability to transform common plants into medicines that ease pain, prevent infection, and accelerate healing provides the clan with resources that no amount of bronze weapons or hunting skill can replace, giving injured or ill clan members the support they need to recover, rather than becoming burdens that drain collective resources or tragedies that reduce the group's overall strength and morale. Show me the winterberry preparation, you request, genuinely interested in learning skills that could prove valuable during the long months when clan members must rely on stored knowledge and preserved medicines to treat conditions that arise when fresh plants lie dormant beneath snow that won't melt until spring returns with its promise of renewed growth and seasonal abundance. Dalla's instruction unfolds with the methodical precision of someone teaching knowledge that could literally mean the difference between life and death, for future patients who will depend on properly prepared medicines, administered by individuals who understand both the healing properties and potential dangers inherent in plants that can cure or kill depending on dosage, preparation methods, and the timing of their application. Her hands demonstrate techniques, while her voice provides the explanations that transform mere observation into understanding that can be applied independently when teaching isn't available. Winterberries require careful handling, she explains, her fingers sorting through dried berries with movements that reflect years of practice in distinguishing between properly preserved specimens and those that have lost potency through incorrect storage or natural degradation that reduces medicinal effectiveness while leaving the berries superficially unchanged to casual observation. Too few, and the preparation lacks strength to combat serious fever. Too many, and the patient sleeps so deeply that natural healing processes can't function properly, which defeats the purpose of providing medicine that should support recovery, rather than create additional problems that require treatment. The lesson continues with demonstrations of grinding techniques that release active compounds without destroying delicate elements that provide the berries therapeutic effects, mixing ratios that ensure proper strength without dangerous concentration, and storage methods that preserve potency through seasonal changes that would otherwise render carefully prepared medicines useless when patients need them most. Each detail carries importance that might not be immediately obvious, but becomes crucial when lives depend on medicines that perform exactly as expected under conditions that don't allow for experimentation or trial and error approaches to healing. The healer's knowledge extends beyond simple plant identification and preparation into the deeper understanding of how different conditions require different treatments, how individual patients respond uniquely to medicines that work reliably for others, and how successful healing often depends on combining herbal treatments with emotional support, proper nutrition, and the patient's own will to recover from injuries or illnesses that challenge both body and spirit simultaneously. Healing happens in layers, Dalla continues, her voice carrying the philosophical undertones that characterize masters whose expertise transcends technical skill and approaches artistic understanding of complex processes that resist simple explanations or mechanical applications. Like ice forming on still water, each element building on others until strength emerges from combinations that wouldn't exist if any single component were missing or improperly prepared. The metaphor resonates with deeper truths about wildling survival that extend beyond medical practice into every aspect of life beyond the wall, where success depends on understanding how individual skills, group cooperation, and environmental awareness combine to create resilience that no single strength or ability can provide alone. The free folk have learned that survival is a collaborative art that requires both personal competence and collective wisdom, individual initiative guided by community knowledge that has been tested through generations of successful adaptation to challenges that regularly eliminate groups that lack either component. As the evening progresses toward its natural conclusion, clan members begin the gradual dispersal toward their individual shelters, the comfortable stirring that marks the transition from communal gathering to private rest, from shared experience to personal reflection on the day's events and lessons. The central fire is banked with careful attention to maintaining coals that will rekindle easily when morning requires renewed warmth. The flames reduce to glowing embers that provide minimal light, but steady heat for those who tend them through the night hours when temperature drops, test the adequacy of shelters and the quality of preparations made during daylight when work was possible. You make your way toward your own shelter with the satisfied fatigue that follows productive days spent in meaningful activity. Physical work balanced with social interaction, individual accomplishment integrated with collective success. The elk-hide walls promise warmth and privacy, protection from wind that carries the bite of deeper cold, and the whispered promises of weather that might require additional preparations or adjustments to routines that work adequately under current conditions, but might prove insufficient if circumstances change in ways that test current resources and planning. The settlement quiets around you with the gradual settling that characterizes communities where daily rhythms are governed by natural cycles rather than artificial schedules, where bedtime arrives when darkness and fatigue combine to make sleep the logical next activity, rather than something imposed by clocks that measure time without reference to the body's actual needs or energy levels. Children's voices fade to whispers, and then silence as exhaustion from active days spent in cold air overwhelms their natural resistance to missing any potentially interesting adult conversation or activity. The night sounds of the north begin their subtle symphony, as human voices quiet and natural acoustics reassert their dominance over the settlement's artificial soundscape. Wind sighs through pine branches with the musical whisper that has lulled countless generations of wildlings to sleep, its rhythm as constant and reliable as heartbeat or breathing, a reassuring background that suggests stability in a world where many things change unpredictably, but some elements remain dependably consistent across seasons and years. Distant wolf howls drift across the frozen landscape with haunting beauty that speaks to something primal in human consciousness, reminding listeners of their place in the larger community of creatures that share the North's harsh territories through different survival strategies but similar adaptations to conditions that require strength, intelligence, and the ability to find beauty in landscapes that would kill the unprepared while inspiring those who learn to read their moods and respect their power. You settle into your sleeping furs with the grateful relief that follows days spent in productive activity, muscles pleasantly tired from honest work, mind satisfied with problems solved and skills practiced, social needs met through interactions that reinforce bonds with clan members while providing opportunities for learning and growth that keep life interesting despite the repetitive elements that necessarily dominate survival-focused existence. The furs wrap around you with accumulated warmth from body heat trapped by materials that once protected animals from the same cold that now threatens human comfort, creating a microclimate of life-sustaining temperature within the larger environment that remains hostile to unprotected flesh, but manageable for those who understand proper preparation and maintain the equipment necessary for survival in conditions that regularly test human adaptability and resourcefulness. Your breathing slows to match the settlement's gradually quieting rhythm, consciousness drifting toward the edges of sleep while remaining alert to sounds that might indicate problems requiring attention. The careful balance between rest and vigilance that characterizes life in environments where complete relaxation could prove dangerous, but excessive tension prevents the recovery that makes continued effort possible. The free folk learn to sleep with one part of their minds always listening, always ready to respond to changes that might threaten clan security or individual safety. The day's memories drift through your consciousness with the gentle randomness that characterizes the transition between waking thought and dream imagery, scenes from the morning hunt blending with conversations around the trading fire, lessons from the healer mixing with impressions from the journey through weirwood groves where ancient eyes watched human passage with expressions that seemed to carry both judgment and blessing simultaneously. The bronze spear point acquired through the day's trading rests within reach, its weight and balance already familiar to hands that understand weapons as extensions of will and capability rather than mere tools, implements that bridge the gap between intention and effect through the application of skill developed over years of practice with similar implements that serve their purposes until wear, damage, or superior alternatives made replacement necessary for those who depend on reliable equipment rather than luck or hope alone. Tomorrow will bring new challenges and opportunities, fresh chances to demonstrate competence while learning from experiences that add to the accumulated wisdom that transforms young wildlings into elders whose knowledge guides clan decisions and individual choices through the complex navigation required for survival beyond the wall. The patterns will repeat with variations that keep life interesting while maintaining the essential elements that have proven successful through generations of testing under conditions that eliminate ineffective approaches with the ruthless efficiency of natural selection applied to human communities. The fire's glow fades to the dull red of banked coals that will burn through the night if properly tended, providing the foundation for tomorrow's flames while conserving fuel that represents hours of labour invested in gathering, preparing and storing materials that transform cold darkness into warm light through the ancient alchemy that has made human civilization possible in climates where naked survival would be impossible without the controlled combustion that creates heat, light, and the social spaces where communities form around shared sources of both physical comfort and spiritual warmth. Sleep approaches with the gentle inevitability of tide returning to familiar shores, consciousness drifting toward the realm where dreams process daily experiences through symbolic narratives that sometimes reveal truths hidden from waking awareness, insights that emerge when rational thought relaxes its control over mental processes and allows deeper wisdom to surface through images and stories that speak in languages older than words, but somehow more direct in their communication of essential meanings. The settlement's protective circle holds against the night's challenges through the collective vigilance of those who take turns maintaining watch, feeding fires, and listening for sounds that might indicate approaching weather, visiting wildlife, or human travellers whose intentions require evaluation before appropriate responses can be determined. The free folk understand that security depends not on walls or weapons, but on community cooperation that ensures someone always maintains awareness while others rest, creating networks of mutual protection that allow individual vulnerability during sleep while maintaining group security through shared responsibility. Your clan sleeps around you with the peaceful breathing of people whose days have been spent in meaningful activity, whose basic needs have been met through competent work, and whose social connections provide the emotional security that makes physical rest possible even in environments where danger remains a constant possibility, requiring appropriate precautions, but not paralyzing fear that would prevent the recovery necessary for continued effective functioning. The North's ancient rhythms continue their eternal cycles around the small circle of human warmth and consciousness that your clan represents, vast forces that dwarf individual concerns, while somehow accommodating the brief flickers of mortal life that appear and disappear like sparks from a fire. Each one unique and temporary, but part of patterns that connect individual existence to processes larger and more enduring than any single lifetime can encompass or fully comprehend. Stars wheel overhead with the stately precision of celestial mechanics that have guided navigation and inspired wonder since humans first looked up and saw order in apparent chaos, meaning in distant lights that provide both practical information for travellers and spiritual inspiration for those who find in astronomical patterns the suggestion of purposes and designs that extend beyond immediate survival concerns into realms of meaning that make existence significant rather than merely possible. The old gods watch through weirwood eyes that never close, their attention encompassing centuries of human struggle and achievement, with the patient perspective of entities that measure time in seasons of tree growth rather than individual heartbeats, seeing patterns that connect each generation's challenges to those faced by ancestors whose solutions created the traditions and knowledge that current wildlings inherit, along with the responsibility to preserve and improve them for descendants not yet born but already depending on choices made by those who currently bear the burden and privilege of consciousness. In this moment of quiet transition between day and night, activity and rest, individual awareness and collective unconsciousness, you exist as part of something larger than personal survival, contributing to patterns that extend beyond individual life into the ongoing story of human adaptation to environments that require strength, intelligence, cooperation, and the stubborn refusal to accept that harsh circumstances make beauty, meaning, and even happiness impossible for those who learn to find them in unexpected places and unlikely moments. The wind sighs and sighs and sighs again through branches that remember summers long past and winters yet to come, carrying whispers of ancient promises and eternal challenges that define existence beyond the wall, where the free folk have chosen to make their stand against forces that would reduce life to mere survival, insisting through their daily choices that humanity includes more than just staying alive, that dignity, love, humour, and hope remain possible even when circumstances seem designed to eliminate everything except the most basic struggle for continued existence. Sleep comes at last with the gentle embrace of consciousness, releasing its hold on immediate concerns, allowing deeper processes to begin their work of integration, healing, and preparation for tomorrow's continuation of the endless dance between human will and natural forces that has shaped every generation, since the first free folk decided that freedom was worth whatever price the North demanded, for those bold enough to claim it and strong enough to keep it through all the seasons of testing that follow such declarations of independence from easier but less meaningful alternatives. And in your dreams, the old gods smile with carved faces that somehow suggest both approval and amusement, as if they find in wildling stubbornness a reflection of their own ancient refusal to surrender to forces that would remake the world according to plans that leave no room for the wild beauty that exists only where life chooses its own terms, rather than accepting those imposed by powers that mistake control for wisdom and order for meaning. The fire burns lower, but it burns still, and in its glow the free folk continue their eternal vigil against the darkness that would claim more than lives if it could, that would eliminate the very possibility of choosing dignity over despair, community over isolation, and hope over the surrender that whispers constantly in northern winds, but finds no welcome in hearts that have learned to kindle their own warmth against whatever cold the world provides, creating light that pushes back shadows while illuminating paths forward into futures that remain to be written by those brave enough to hold pens steady, even when the wind tries to blow them from freezing fingers that refuse to let go of dreams, too precious to abandon to any storm, no matter. The North sleeps, but it does not surrender, and neither do those who have chosen to call it home, who find in its harsh beauty the reflection of something in themselves that would rather face honest challenges than comfortable lies, who discover in survival the foundation for lives that mean something more than mere continuation, who build from necessity the communities that prove humanity's capacity to create warmth where none existed, to kindle hope where despair seemed the only reasonable response, and to forge from the raw materials of courage and determination the tools that shape wilderness into home through the patient application of love that transforms survival into living, existence into meaning, an individual struggle into collective triumph over everything that would reduce the free folk to anything less than free. And so you sleep and dream and wake when morning comes to begin another day of writing your story in the snow with footsteps that declare to the watching world that here pass the free folk, unbowed and unbroken, carrying forward into whatever future awaits the ancient promise that some things matter enough to live for, to fight for, and to preserve against all odds, for those who will follow in paths that you help to mark with every choice you make, every breath you take, and every heartbeat that insists, despite all evidence to the contrary, that hope remains reasonable in a world that rewards those stubborn enough to keep believing in tomorrow, even when today provides little reason to think tomorrow will be different, except for the possibility that it might be better if someone cares enough to try making it so. The golden halls have dimmed, the shuttle rests, and Caster Berkshire breathes in hush. If this tale brought you peace, or made you chuckle at a lion stitched sideways, consider liking and subscribing. No rush. My confidence isn't sewn from gold, just quiet threads of hope. Until we meet again, may your rest be deep, your dreams rich, and your needle always knows its path.